For the first time in franchise history, the Vancouver Blizzard have made the conference championship, but the road ahead is no easy one as we are set to face off against Wemby and the San Antonio Spurs. And the last couple of trade deadlines, the Spurs have made deals to improve their roster. Jaylen Brown last year and Jackson Mays in this season, trying to improve and come up with a contending team around Wemby, who's now 25 years old here, 98 overall, tied with Ayrton Saramago for the highest overall in the game right now in this franchise series. They have a really good starting five, 84 plus across the board with their starters. And then coming off the bench, they go decently deep here with 5 players, 78 plus. They lack, the wing depth. Off of the bench, it's bigs. It's 2 centers, 2 power forwards, and a point guard. So no shooting guards or small forwards that are really that good coming off the bench. So we'll see how they manage that when they bring guys like LeVert potentially, or some of these other young guys on the court. That I think will be an opportunity for us to exploit this team. Certainly could have done, like a Jakob Poeltl or a Vucevic here for a wing trade in this season as well. But ultimately, as it stands, this is a very, very difficult team to stop, I think, mostly because of Wemby. How you stop a 7'4" player who can score at all 3 levels and is an absolute menace defensively is something that we're going to have to answer in this series. Now, the good news is Michael Graham is cleared to play. He's not 100% healthy yet, but his ratings are not really being affected by his injury at this point. So he's pretty much good to go. As you can see, no negatives to pretty much any of his ratings. In fact, he's getting a couple of positives. So he's good to go. We get our starting center back, and we'll see if he has any sort of hope of stopping Wemby on defense. As for our rotation with Michael Graham back in the lineup, we're going to be boosting Saramago to 40 points per game. I think it's now time to compete for the NBA Finals. We've been playing him at 36 minutes per game for the first 2 rounds. And he's somebody whose stamina is really high. He never really gets the kind of Gatorade symbol, that shows that he's tired. So we're going to see if he can handle 40 minutes a game. He'll probably end up with a little bit less than this because we have him checking back in the middle of the quarters, and usually there's no whistle like right around where he checks in. So it'll probably be more like 38-ish, but that's going to be the plan there. Michael Graham will insert himself back into the starting lineup, and then we're going to have Andre Hardy be our backup center. I've been more impressed with him than Victor Jackson so far in our playoff run. And here you have it. Let's get in to Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Something that I have talked about mostly during the Round 2 live stream, but for those who don't watch the live stream, something I want to talk about now is the fact that the way the playoffs have been presented thus far in this rebuild is just something that I don't think is sustainable long term. And so we're going to be experimenting with a different way to present the playoffs. I do apologize for the delay in the release of this video, but I was thinking hard about the best way for me to present the playoffs going forward. Ultimately, I don't know if I have the tried and true best method yet, but today we're going to be experimenting with a brand new method of doing it, and you'll see exactly what my plans are as this episode unfolds. But the goal is to still provide you with some high intensity playoff action while reducing my editing load a little bit. These episodes sometimes take me upwards of 20 hours to make, the way I've been doing them so far in this series, and that just wasn't sustainable for me long term. And the way we're going to do it is just kind of jumping in and out of each individual game, looking at this team for stretches. One of the other things, other than the editing time, that I didn't like about the previous method of showing these games as Wemby gets his first basket is just the fact that I was only really showing a lot of the makes, and obviously good defense is something that you see in the playoffs, and I want to highlight the defensive efforts made by both sides in the playoffs more, because the defensive intensity always ramps up pretty significantly in the playoffs. And so at the end of this episode, I would love any feedback as to what you liked about how the playoffs were presented in this episode and any improvements we could make. I don't think this is quite perfect, dialed in yet, and I'll explain maybe some of the things that I think I could do better towards the end of the episode. But for now, let's actually start commenting on the action here as Vancouver holds an early 4 lead. Albert Ellis able to get to the free throw line last time down the court. This time, McKnight getting just enough space from the elbow to get his first basket on the board. Jaylen Brown, could be a tough time stopping him in this series. He drills the catch and shoot jumper. Rudolph Garrett had a really tough assignment with the Lakers in round 1, and he's got just as tough an assignment here in the conference finals. Here he tries to answer too strong on the mid-range jumper. Jackson Mays, one of the more fun players drafted here in the series. Still just an 84 overall, but he's got some serious speed and playmaking ability. I'm excited to see what he can show off here throughout this series. Great defense there on the Saramago attempt to force the miss. Brown with it. They'll set up a post shot for Wemby. The single most important matchup of this entire series is Wemby versus whoever we decide to throw at him on a nightly basis. Another thing that's different about the way I'm doing this series than what I've done for the most part in this rebuild is I have done the game planning for both teams. Specific defensive settings and certain offensive settings that I would change based on the matchups. Doing so for both squads, of course, to not create an unfair advantage for the Vancouver Blizzard. We're going to try not doing any custom game planning at all, at least at the start of this series. If I think it's a major problem a few games in, then I'll switch to the previous way of doing it. We tried it against the Warriors on live stream, and I didn't think it was bad at all. That was a very odd series, though. I think we were heavy favorites. So I think this is more going to be a better barometer to test whether not doing team-specific game plans at all is actually going to be viable going forward. I love the chess match that takes place in playoff games, but allowing the CPU to kind of make those chess match moves themselves rather than taking over for them could be viable, could not be. And that's one of the things I'm looking out for here in this series. San Antonio leading 7-6 here. So we are over 3 minutes into the ball game now. Garrett, free throw line extended, rattles around and out. His efficiency so far in the postseason has left a lot to be desired, but it is tough to ask a rookie to be a high-level contributor this deep into the postseason. We'll see if he can get heated up, though. Malachi Branham with the shot clock winding down. McKnight does not fall for the pump fake and shows some nice defense there to force the miss. Vancouver offense is struggling. We got 6 early points, but since then, nothing on the board. Pick and roll. Mago defended by Sohan, a very strong defender for San Antonio. Just dribbling around, not really able to come up with something. He'll go to his go-to step-back jumper. No good. Or Saramago. Branham on the drive. Great job staying upright on the defensive end. Ellis to McKnight, catch and shoot triple. Can we finally get some points? The cold streak continues for the Blizzard. Both offenses struggling to find clean looks here. That last one by McKnight was fairly clean. It was at least slightly contested there. Jaylen Brown awaits a screen in the corner. Step back mid-range. Offline. Neither team off to a hot start shooting-wise. Garrett looking to set up Michael Graham in the post. He's got a point guard on. He finds the wide open man, Albert Ellis. Catch and shoots. And just nobody's hitting jumpers on either side at the moment. Jackson Mays open off of a couple of screens. He's going downhill. He'll stop and pop. Long range floater, no good. We're getting to the halfway point of the first quarter, and it's 7-6. What is going on with these offenses? Mago with a mismatch in the post. Defended by Mays. Powerful on his way to the basket, and finally, we break the lid off the basket here. Now, as I said, we will be weaving kind of in and out of ball games here. I want to watch roughly half of these ball games. Kind of just depends on the flow of the game here. And 25-17 is the score after one here. Let's see what we can do now. Down 9 points here in the second quarter. This offense, the best one in the league, has looked a lot worse here in the postseason. And maybe having one of their worst games yet here to start this series. I know Wemby is a beast of a defender, but I don't think that quite does enough to justify the struggles of this game. Rudolph Garrett. I mean, even that looked painstakingly difficult as he'll pair his 1 of 7 field goals with a missed free throw as well. But he does hit the second one. We'll get a tiny glimpse of the team without Mago on the court. Not going to have too many of those minutes here, with him, of course, slated to play 40 a game. Jackson Mays, strong drive, scores over his draft classmate in Albert Ellis. Ellis gets the feed here from Christie. Slings it over to him. The pump fake gets a defender in the air. Leads to a wide open Leonard Miller triple. Great ball movements on that possession. Continuing to sling the rock until we found the open man. Ran him off the double screen. Gets rejected by Leonard Miller, but not before he was hacked by Max Christie. Free throws fairly even for these squads early in this ball game. And now Saramago checks back into the ball game. Can this Vancouver offense go on a bit of a run here? Ellis, some space off the screen, pours in a long-range midi. Brown with it. He'll take a double screen. Tons of space, but no good on the three. Vancouver defense lucky there. That was practically a warm-up jumper. Mago off the Albert Ellis feed. Two-handed flush. Jaylen Brown went for the steal and missed it, leaving Saramago a clean lane to the baskets. We've trimmed it down to 4. Brown, defended by Garrett, gets the top of the key screen. Step back jumper. Rudolph Garrett right there on the defense to force the miss. I've liked our defense on Jaylen Brown for the most part. He did have that wide open three just moments ago. From the corner, Ellis awaits the screen. Pulls up off it again, and his jumper's starting to get going here. Just what this Vancouver offense needed. Somebody to get going on the jumpers. Bobby Portis into the game for San Antonio. He'll feed it to Mays inside. That's an easy two for San Antonio. Now got to bring it up for Vancouver. They'll run pick and roll. Wide open is Rudolph Garrett, taking advantage of the help defense there. Starting to get much cleaner looks here, using screens and good passing here. And that's why the offense is looking better here in our second quarter watching. Mays isolating against Albert Ellis. Gets the late screen by Wemby, but it's not enough. Let's get Mays to hit the shot. He had decent enough space. Maga, defended by Portis. He gets stuffed on his layup attempt. Not something you see often from Saramago when he's not being guarded by Alexander Sarr, at least. And San Antonio takes advantage of the fast break opportunity. Maga, plenty of space from three, just can't get it to go. Brown with it on the wing. Jaylen Brown and Victor Wembanyama pick and roll. That's a scary sight to see. And Brown drills it from deep. On the wing, Saramago looks to be setting up a play for Albert Ellis. He pulls up from the free throw line. Unable to hit the jumper. Mays spinning, blocked by Mago. Christie trying to drive in on Jaylen Brown, but Brown with a strong defense. Now it's an isolation for Albert Ellis. Easy A, gets to the rim and draws the foul. Cannot quite make it a 3-point opportunity. Two for two from the line for Easy A, a very reliable free throw shooter, excuse me. Let's get now to the half, see how we can close it out. It's going to be 48-46 heading into the halftime break here. Rudolph Garrett is our leading scorer despite just 3 of 10 from the field. Albert Ellis, 11, 4 on 4, kind of on triple-double watch here, but just 3 of 9. Ayrton Saramago feels like he has not had the strongest postseason run. I honestly felt like he was better in the postseason in previous years than he has been this year for the most part. He still, of course, goes on insane runs, but especially in the first half, I feel like Saramago has often, you look at his halftime box score and kind of scratch your head. Victor Wembanyama leads all scorers at halftime with 14 and 6, 2 blocks and a steal as well. He's shooting 50% from the field. Bobby Portis hit all of his 3 shots. Jackson Mays, 3 of 7. We're holding Malachi Branham to 0 of 5. And where is Jaylen Brown to just 2 of 6 and 7 points. So we're doing a good job of defense there. I think we'll simulate here the first bit of the third quarter here. 54-46. Let's hop back in and see if we can close the gap once more. We get to see that beautiful Sohan free throw, which he bricks. I thought EZA could have easily pulled the jumper there. I mean, we are 7 seconds or less. Ellis. For a second, I thought he was going to be able to blow by Jackson Mays. Pulls up instead, but at the end of the day, 2 points is 2 points. Brown gets a screen from Sohan. Now from Wemby. This is the pick and roll that is the most dangerous for San Antonio, but Vancouver, a nice job defending it there. Mays forces up a tough 3 at the buzzer, but Wemby on the glass. Just able to reach up above everybody else around him. Looks like Michael Graham's still favoring that leg a little bit here. McKnight wide open for 3. Rattles it in. Needed that jumper there. We haven't done a very good job getting McKnight going so far in this game. Wemby pulls up for 3. Maybe a bit lucky that he settled for that caliber of jumper there. Mago. It's Sohan to stumble a bit, but can't capitalize on it. Sohan with a great recovery. Pick coming from Graham. To McKnight. He's going to have to just jack up something from the corner. Graham on the glass, though, saves the possession, which was honestly a pretty ugly one. It's down to 3 points. Sohan. Beyond the arc. Wemby on the glass again. Mays. He pulls up for 3 and drills it. You can definitely tell he's got a bit of a handle. Hasn't used it to attack downhill as much as I would have expected for a player of his archetype, but definitely does have some nice dribble moves in his bag, I would guess. Sohan dunks it all over. Easy A in transition. That's a tough look for the point guard. Definitely a mismatch there that Sohan was excited to see, I'm sure. Ellis. Shot clock winding down again. Just haven't done anything. What was the offense that we saw in the second quarter? We get lucky that a shot opens up at the final seconds there. Mays takes the Wemby screen, attacks downhill, and draws the foul. I mean, that Jackson Mays wingspan is pretty impressive. I mean, his hands are almost down to his knees. I think they might actually be down to his knees when he's standing up straight. First look at Clayton Rodman here. Checks in for Ellis. Christie nearly had it stolen away. He'll pop it up in the in-between. No good. Mays. To Wemby. Now back to Mays. That's him showing off the speed attacking downhill here. Jackson Mays being defended by Clayton Rodman. That's a bit of a scary sight. Rodman, definitely our weakest defender on the team. And now San Antonio extends the lead to double digits. We still have just 55 points in this game. Mago for 3. A big shot there from the MVP. Brown to Branham. Now Jackson Mays. He's starting to heat up a bit here. Right as I said, he wasn't attacking downhill. He started attacking downhill and has created good things for San Antonio. Branham for 3. No good. Hauled in by Rodman. Rodman finds Christie on the cut. Defended by Branham. And blocked away by Wemby. You're not going to get away with putting up these shots around Wembanyama, but this time Christie finds the open man, Hardy. Mays with the ball, sets up Sohan. He takes it inside, and short mid-range jumper falls. Rodman with it. Looks like we're trying to set up Max Christie on the wing. He gets a screen. Saramago comes for a second one. Christie needs to come up with something here, and he'll get the and one. Staying patient on the drive, and the patience pays off. This time around, he's got a chance for a three-point play, and he hits it confident. Already walking down the court before he even saw it go down. Vancouver is the best free throw shooting team in the league. Portis to Wemby. Fed it by Hardy. The spin and the layup no good. Hardy staying home on the defense. 4-point ball game. Miller to McKnight on the DHO. That's a nice play there. McKnight. Plenty of space on that mid-range jumper. It's back down to a basket. We were just down by double digits. Baldwin for three. No good off the catch. Miller has an open lane, and he posterizes Patrick Baldwin. Excellent play in transition. That's been a staple of this team, and I feel like perhaps part of the reason we've struggled so much in the playoffs is we have not done a good enough job getting quick shots up in transition as San Antonio retakes the lead here via Malachi Branham. Now, I know I made a change during the Lakers series, and I wonder if that has perhaps... It was meant to be a change that would only affect us against the Lakers, but there's a chance that those changes are still here, which I think caused for us to be a little bit more patient, if I'm not mistaken. That'll be something that I have to check out between games 1 and 2 here. Can Vancouver take their first lead of the second half? Leonard Miller, not going to be able to find anything there. Rodman pulls up from deep with a miss. Jones to Baldwin. Wemby posting up Hardy. He just shoots it right over the top of him, and doesn't even matter that Hardy's close. Christie gets a screen. Defended by Baldwin. He'll pull up, and too strong on the jumper. San Antonio can now play for the last shot. Tyus Jones. You're going to set up Wemby in the post, guarded by McKnight. And despite the fact that he's given up about 10 inches, McKnight gets the stop. And despite all that, San Antonio will lead by 3 as we head into the final quarter of this game. Offense has not been good enough today, but can we get a strong quarter out of the boys here in the fourth? Let's find out. I knew San Antonio was going to be good defensively. Their front court of Wemby and Sohan is formidable. Jackson May is a pretty strong defender, as is Jaylen Brown. But I think I just have an expectation that Saramago can score on anybody. I mean, it's kind of been this way the whole playoffs, though. We take the lead for the first time in the second half, finally. Now, 6 minutes left in this ball game. Let's see how this one plays out. 4-point lead at home. Can we finish it off? Sohan with it. Swings it over to Brown. Screen comes from Wemby. Brown staying patient, looking for his shots. Nice defense by McKnight. Going the other way are the Blizzard. Ellis finds Garrett wide open for the triple. Nice find there by the point guard. And Vancouver extends their lead. Sohan to Branham. Saramago, good defense there, but Branham hits the tough jumper. Certainly capable of those. Very skilled shot maker, especially in the mid-range, is Branham. Mago. Tons of space from three, and he gets that one to go. Up to 23 points. Half of those, in fact, more than half of those, coming here in the final quarter. Mago usually does heat up in the second half whenever he's at a slow first half. Branham gets a screen. Fires a triple behind it. Too strong. Garrett running it the other way. Ram top of the screen, looking for somebody to feed it to. That'll be McKnight. Ellis blows by Porter momentarily, but then takes a tough floater. Wemby for three and is no good. Spelled us out a couple of times with those questionable jumpers. Michael Graham, you're not going to get anything on Wemby, sir. Especially coming off an injury, but even when you're fully healthy, you're not going to get anything on Wemby. How many Defensive Player of the Years has he won in a row at this point? Brown, catch and shoot, hits the triple. Big shot, Jaylen Brown. Rudolph Garrett setting up for a Mago three. Trying to answer it back. Too strong. San Antonio with the rebound. Now they're going the other way. Mays hands it off to Brown. He's going to take it off the catch. Hauled in by Albert Ellis. Down now under 3 minutes remaining. Ellis on the drive, skirts past Jaylen Brown, and finishes with the lefts. Make it 23 points for Easy A in this game. Vancouver, 7-point lead as the Spurs will take a timeout. Sohan on the inbound. Graham defending Wemby. Help comes from Saramago, but Graham with a really questionable contest from behind. Easily a foul there. Gives Wemby an opportunity at three, which he converts. Mago with it. And Jackson Mays commits the foul. Just bulldozing McKnight, trying to get through the screen, and we are in the bonus. So McKnight, pretty much automatic from the free throw stripe, will pour in a pair. Six-point game. We are in crunch time here in game one. Wemby all the way to the rim, and Michael Graham commits his fourth foul of the ball game. Now San Antonio is in the bonus for the remainder of the quarter. Wemby Chalk up 25 on the board for him. Mago with it. He'll find Ellis. Pull up jumper. Not gonna drop for Easy A. In transition, Sohan got lost. Nobody carried Sohan. And now it's down to 2. We need good execution down the stretch here by Vancouver. We go to Graham. Why? Graham versus Wemby is literally our worst matchup. Graham should be doing nothing but setting screens offensively the rest of the way. Unless he gets matched up against a guard. Saramago this time just takes it himself. And that's your MVP. Not dishing the rock. Fighting through the contact. And getting to the line with his MVP chance. Making it a 5-point ball game. Graham, we got to avoid the fouls here. ISO. Wemby. Attacking downhill and does get that 5th Michael Graham foul. One thing I had considered is possibly putting Mago on Wemby. But as I said, we're not doing any team-specific game planning for the conference finals. We're going to let coach make those decisions. And right now in the final couple of minutes, Michael Graham is really struggling to guard Wemby without fouling. We go to Michael Graham again, and he'll get to the free throw line again. You can't be fooled by Wemby playing a little bit farther back, though. He's very capable of giving his man a little bit of space and baiting you into feeding him the pass because he's still going to make the play defensively. Got lucky with the whistle, but only 1 of 2 for Michael Graham. Wemby pulls the trigger. Too strong. Garrett with the rebounds. Hands it to Easy A to Saramago. Easy layup. Excellent execution. Jackson Mays. Sidestep jumper. That's no good. And San Antonio now forced to foul Vancouver. Looks like they're going to come out of game 1 with a victory. Easy A. Easy 2 for 2. 8-point ball game. Wemby for 3. Keeps the game alive. Now it's McKnight. Pretty much anybody you foul here. I guess the rookies probably aren't superb at free throws, at least not yet. Or if you have a choice to send McKnight or Ellis to the free throw line, you're screwed either way. These guys are automatic. Let's see if San Antonio can hit another 3-pointer. Jaylen Brown pumps. He was open initially. The pump actually allowed Rudolph Garrett to get a better contest. San Antonio will avoid the fouling here. So 5 seconds away from taking away a Game 1 victory here in Vancouver. San Antonio held the lead for much of this game, but in the 4th quarter, Mago heated up, and it was just too much for the Spurs to handle. Taking a tough Game 1 victory is exactly what we needed. Albert Ellis is going to be your player of the game after 25, 7, and 9 in this game. 28, 11, and 4 from Mago, but if you look at just the fourth quarter, Mago was brilliant. 17 points in the fourth quarter. He had 11 in the first three quarters combined. Albert Ellis was also very strong in the fourth quarter. I mean, we had, 69 points coming into the fourth, which is, of course, nice, but not exactly where you want to be. And the fact that we came out of that game with 116 means this team, 118, means that we exploded in the fourth offensively, which this team, of course, is always a threat to do. Now it's time for game 2. I did check our offensive settings between games 1 and 2 to make sure they were right, and they are, so we are good to go. Just had a really rough start to that game, but we exploded there in the fourth, which was the key to victory. Hopefully we can get started on a better foot here in game 2. And for this game, we're actually going to simulate the first part of it once it actually allows me to. I think one of the keys to doing presenting the playoffs this way is to watch a different portion of the game each time so that we can see kind of how each of the lineups shakes out. And it looks like we are off to a better start offensively here. Wanted to hop in, roughly 4 minutes left in the first, which we will do right here. 23-16. The offense is humming here to start. Blizzard with McKnight, Saramago, Graham, Christie, and Rodman on the floor. While the Spurs have Brown, Sohan, Wemby, Jones, and Baldwin. Pick and roll coming for Jaylen Brown. He fires off of it with a misfire. Pushing ahead to Max Christie. Spurs do just enough to stop the fast break there. Saramago gets a screen. He's got Jaylen Brown on him. Finds the open man on the pass and rattling in. The triple is Max Christie. Excellent ball movement there. And we are out to a double-digit lead already. Baldwin for 3. He's got a straightaway look, and he matches the 3 of Max Christie. Rodman hands off to Christie. We'll take a screen. Attack downhill, finds Saramago. Excellent feed. Last time we got a Saramago assist to Christie, and this time Max returns the favor. Baldwin with it. Top of the key, awaiting a Wemby screen. Pick and roll. Inside to Wemby. That's an easy two-handed flush. Max swings it to McKnight. He's going to isolate against Jeremy Sohan. He gets to the rim, but that's a tough look. Sohan forcing the miss. Graham this time around able to steal it on the interior pass to Wemby. Rodman finds a good pass out to Mago, but no good on the triple. Under 2 minutes now remaining in the first. Baldwin. No good on the catch and shoot. Christie with it on the wing. Saramago comes to set the screen. He tries to swing it over to Michael Graham, but the pass was high and off the hands of our center. Out of bounds, and both teams will make some substitutions here. Andre Hardy and Leonard Miller check onto the floor for Vancouver, while Bobby Portis, Vucevic, and Tyus Jones check in for San Antonio. Rodman Gets a screen from Leonard Miller. He's never shy to pull the trigger. But a misfire on that three. Portis out to Tyus Jones. Pick and roll here with Patrick Baldwin. Jones with the miss. Saramago takes it up the court. Setting up a screen for Max Christie. He's wide open, but Rodman way late on the pass. You gotta hand that to him way earlier. He was open. Don't know why Rodman was hesitant to give the ball there. Seems to happen. That's just not a Rodman thing. That's just kind of a 2K thing with those plays sometimes. Saramago. That is a beautiful fast break. Just weaving through Spurs defenders. Gets the layup and the foul. And missing on the free throw, so no and one. But with the last shot of the first quarter, the Spurs will get to the free throw line. Rana makes the first. 2 for 2, so it'll be 30-23 after one here in Vancouver. Offense off to a much better start this game. Which needed to happen. Last game was quite rough in the first really half and even 3 quarters. But it looks like we're taking some of that momentum from the 4th quarter of last game and applying it to this game. One thing I wanted to see here in game 2 is what these non-Saramago minutes look like when Ellis and Garrett are more of the leaders of the lineup, and Albert Ellis, good shot selection there. Leonard Miller able to clean up the miss. Vucevic with it from the elbow. He's defended by Hardy. It's to the rim and draws the foul. Good strong take. Earns himself a pair of free throws. See the assist leaders on this playoff run. Albert Ellis checking in at number 4. Tyrese Halliburton over 11 assists per game is quite impressive. And of course, the Pacers still alive on the eastern side of the bracket, though they have lost the first 2 games of the conference finals to the Nets. Pretty surprising over there. See if they can overcome it. Miller in the post, gonna just fire over Bobby Portis, but there was practically no space at all. Branham taking it inside on Albert Ellis, swinging the ball around, finding Bobby Portis, top of the key. No good. Ellis pulls up, mid-range, too strong. Brandon with it. He'll go inside to Portis. Double comes from Hardy. Jones all alone, top of the key, and a nice job by Portis to take advantage of the double team to find the open man. Ellis, catch and shoot from deep 3-point range, stripes it home. Spurs down by 7 here. Branham attacking on the drive, fadeaway now, blocked away by Leonard Miller. Branham looks like he was searching for a foul, but that was no foul there. Great help defense by Miller, who has been a really good playoff performer for us in the last couple of postseasons. Branham, contested three. Nice job on the defense there. Inside. Miller has Mays on him, turns around and fires over the top, using that size mismatch to his advantage. 14 of 30 here early for Vancouver. The Spurs struggling, just 8 of 25. We're back up on top by 9 after the Spurs had trimmed it to 4. Portis off the inbound, swings it over to Mays. It's a double screen. Now attacks downhill on Ellis. Great job on the pass there after the defense collapsed, with Vucevic unable to capitalize. Hardy for 3. No good on a solid look. Foul in transition by Max Christie. A little too greedy there on the reach-in attempt. In the corner, Jackson Mays with it. He's going inside on Albert Ellis. Shoots over the top with a misfire. In transition is stolen away. Mays running up the court, finding Jaylen Brown, who stuffs it over the top of Leonard Miller. A turnover turned into a very quick basket by the Spurs. Ellis now. He'll drive it inside and draw himself a pair of free throws. Both these point guards going right at each other in the same class. Usually always, a friendship and maybe sometimes even a little bit of a rivalry when two guys from the same class face off against one another. Branham pulls up and misses. Vancouver running the other way, finding Andre Hardy, but the transition defense was sound. Garrett with it. Yet to see him get many attempts here in this game. Nice drive and kick out there, but Max Christie was not ready to shoot. Stolen away by Leonard Miller in transition. Excellent hustle there. Ellis. He'll take a Hardy screen. Branham on the defense there, and he does just enough to force the Ellis miss on the pull-up attempt. Just 1 of 6 early for EZA. Hasn't been quite so easy for him today. Taking a lot of pull-up jumpers, and while that's not necessarily a bad thing for Albert, not a lot of them have been super open. Hardy in transition, no good. I don't mind just taking quick threes in transition. I don't know if Hardy's the one I want doing it too often, though. Branham on the cuts. Gets a nice feed, but not enough touch there on the finish. Ellis goes around Branham and banks it in for 2. This Spurs offense is really struggling here on this Vancouver run. They'll take a timeout here. That's going to bring in Saramago once more, and we're going to use this timeout opportunity to go ahead and simulate to the half. San Antonio going on a bit of a run here, and the offense slowed down a bit there in the second quarter, putting just 22 points on the board. Saramago leads us a half. 13 points on 50% from the field. EZA ends up in double digits, though as we saw, not shooting great from the field. McKnight and Christie with 9 in the game. Rudolph Garrett, just 2 shots. Probably want to get him a little bit more involved here in the second half. Malachi Branham leads all scorers with 17. Wemby puts up 13, but then you have to drop all the way down to 5. So it's really been the Branham and Wemby show so far in this game. We're going to hop in here, watch the beginning of this third quarter. Of course, we missed the first minute of it, but practically the beginning of the third quarter at least. Hand off to Wemby, and he just takes off for a layup from above the free throw line. Oh, that is hilarious. Strong drive by Saramago on the other end to get himself some free throws. First one is in, and as is the second. 2 for 2 for the MVP. Pump fake here by Sohan, but I don't think we're too scared of him taking 3-pointers. He does get a foul on Mago on the drive, but only 1 foul for Mago, so foul's not really a factor for him in this game. Always a plus to see this Sohan free throw animation. And it works out for him here. Drills them both. Mago gets the Graham screen and just dribbles it right into Jaylen Brown with the steal. Pass inside to Sohan, now to Branham. He got Rudolph Garrett to jump in a major way. And now he's headed to the line. Free throw heavy start to this third quarter. Branham adds 2 more points to his total. Mago handoff to Rudolph Garrett. Stop and pop. Free throw line extended, but too strong. Sohan. Out to Brown, top of the key, right back to Sohan. Moving the ball around here, and it results in a Wemby 3. San Antonio now in the lead for the first time tonight. We've held multiple double-digit leads, but the offense goes on these cold streaks. All pun intended, as we are the Vancouver Blizzard, but Saramago responds with a 3 of his own. Inside to Wemby. Michael Graham just gets caught too many times going for the steal. And I wish he wouldn't, because if they just throw it up high to Wemby, he has really no chance of stealing it, because Wemby has such a height advantage. Ellis, no good from 3-point range. Sohan gets a screen from Mays. Defended by Michael Graham. They'll swing it out to Wemby. Missing on the triple. Running the other way is Vancouver. Mago finds some space from mid-range and takes the advantage. Pouring in 2 more. Wemby. Thought about taking a 3, instead hands it off to Sohan, and then a little bit overzealous on the help there. You can't leave Wemby alone. We're tied up at 62. Timeout here by Vancouver. Very back and forth start to this second half. Substitution on the court. Both Wemby and Saramago having themselves good quarters. This is kind of what I was expecting to see a lot here in this series, is just some back and forth between the 2 best players in basketball. Sohan swings it to Wemby. Random. Shot clock winding down. Ends up finding a pretty good look from 3 and drills it. Mago now. He'll take a screen. Going inside on Sohan and getting the foul on Wemby and finishing through it. The elite strength of Ayrton Saramago. We're tied at 65 once more. Or I guess we're tied once more, this time at 65. We've never been tied at 65 before. Sohan. Bounce pass into Wemby. Turn around. Tough shot, but not for Wemby. He's caught fire. Now 11 points here in the quarter. Mago takes a screen. Tries to go inside, but Jaylen Brown played perfect defense. Mays in transition. That's a terrible foul. You're going to foul a jump shooter in transition in the mid-range, Rodman? Not a good look. San Antonio gets an extra point out of it. Mago. Pick and roll with Leonard Miller again. This time gets it to him, but Miller isn't really cutting. Mago. Isolating against Sohan. Needs to come up with something. And just a tough shot. Sohan with a great defensive possession. In fact, he is on fire for the Spurs. Setting a screen here for Brown. Brown, good look on the pull-up there, and all of a sudden San Antonio leads by 7. What a turnaround here in the third quarter for the Spurs. Mago. This team might need some hero ball from Ayrton Saramago. Get back in this game. This lineup. I mean, Rodman and Christie can pour in some points when they're feeling it. Leonard Miller is efficient, but maybe not high volume. So we need some big time production from Ayrton Saramago in this stretch. Wemby. Defended by Hardy. And he's blocked. Great job by Andre Hardy. Brandon with it. Or sorry, Clayton Rodman with it. Mago, tough shot on the baseline. And a misfire there. Now it's Brown on the baseline. He feeds Wemby inside. He had Max Christie on him. That's just a massive advantage in favor of the Spurs. Mago. Bounce pass inside to Hardy with a slam. And as much as I don't want to look away from this, in order to not make this game be like an hour long, we're going to sim out the rest of the third quarter, a highly competitive quarter, and it's going to end up 81-79 heading into the fourth. This is a very, very competitive game. Heading now into the fourth, the Spurs started off well, going on a bit of a run, and now, oh boy, under 5 minutes remain. We're down by a dozen. Vancouver needs to make something happen quickly here, or the Spurs are going to steal game 2. Misfire there by Albert Ellis. As a reminder, the Blizzard, despite winning in 5 games, in both of the previous series. Lost game 2 both times. We just don't like winning game 2. It's just not the Blizzard style, is kind of what it seems like here. I don't know what it all means. At this point, it's feeling kind of scripted by 2K. But we got to play better in these game 2s. Hope's not over yet, though, but down 14 points with 4.5. We basically need to play flawless basketball heading forward, and Rudolph Garrett missing a 3 is not going to help that. We can't significantly make some progress here in the next minute. And this game's just going to be straight up over. Ignite fouling Branham isn't a great development either. Now the lean balloons to over 15. We're at 15 right now, but I'm assuming Branham goes 2 for 2 here, which he does. We need to go pretty much perfect on the offensive end and get some key stops down the stretch. Mago. Defended by Sohan. And blocked away by Wemby, but the follow through by Graham. Hope's not lost yet, but it is on thin ice. That's a good defensive possession. Running it in transition. Easy A has it, top of the key. Swings it to Garrett. We really needed that 3. Now if San Antonio scores here, pretty much wrap this one up, and we do get a miss. Michael Graham for 3. I think it's just too much of a gap here to try and make up in the final seconds, and we fall 115 to 107 here. We allowed 69 points, nice, in the second half to the Spurs. That's just way too many. The defense fell short, and also 107 is probably still not good enough offensively. Rodman was 0 for 6 in this game. That's obviously not good enough. Had a couple guys go 2 for 8. Christian Garrett, that's not good enough. 4 for 13 from Ellis isn't all that good. I mean, Mago played well. Did have 3 assists and 3 turnovers, so maybe not in that aspect of the game, but 34 and 10, 50% from the field is still good. McKnight put up 20. That's a good contribution from him. Michael Graham, double-double. It's solid, but just not enough. And we fall to 0-3 in game 2s here of the playoffs. Just a really odd stat. We've got some good news as we head into game 3, as Michael Graham is officially fully healthy now. Not really going to do much to affect his ratings, but at least he won't be grabbing at his leg as we head down the court every single time anymore. So there's that. Game 2 continues to be a big problem for us here in this playoff run for some reason, but we've always come back with a win in game 3 in the first 2 series. Can we do that once again here on the road in the conference finals against easily, I think, our most potent opponent yet? That is some beautiful play design by the Spurs there to get the opening basket. Crowd is loud and ready here for this game. Looks like we tried a similar play design on our end, trying to get Ellis a shot inside, but instead he gets the 3. Pours it in. We need a better game here from Easy A in game 3. Sohan off a couple of screens. He'll pull up and fire. But Mago, a nice job of fighting his way back into the play defensively. Garrett with it. Looking to set up Mago down low in the post. Double comes. Doesn't find the wide open man, but he does find Rudolph Garrett, who just misses on his first shot of the game. Branham, 4-3. Spurs lead 5-3 early. Vancouver looking to set up a look for McKnight. He's wide open and too strong on his first look. Jaylen Brown off the Mays feed. Will miss on that long ball. Easy A, just wide open. Why not fire? No good though. Should have just fired right off the catch if we're being honest. I don't think he expected to be that wide open. Wemby here, defended by Mago, draws the foul. First free throw falls for the reigning defensive player of the year, who now goes 2 for 2. Garrett with the ball now here, fires over Jackson Mays, and finally we get a jumper to fall. We've been getting good looks, they're just not dropping for us early. Brown, tons of space, and he responds right back. San Antonio, an early 10-5 lead, forcing Coach Powers to call timeout. The thing is, I don't think there's much that's been wrong with this early game plan for Vancouver. It's just need to settle in and start making our good looks. Smart double there by San Antonio to force the pass out from Mago. Garrett, 1 for 3 early. Wemby attacking downhill on Graham, and McKnight will just take the foul rather than the one-on-one look inside for Wemby. I don't think that's a bad foul at all. Pull up for 3, no good for Victor Wembanyama. Graham finds Garrett. Now to McKnight. Good ball movement here by Vancouver. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Albert Ellis catching 3. Mays with good defense to force the miss. Good ball movement on that possession. Just couldn't really find anybody with a shot they were willing to take. Brown off a screen. Misfires from deep. Mago. Inside. That's a tough shot. At least we didn't use the entire shot clock that time, but we didn't get a very good look. San Antonio defense really giving us problems here to start this game. Branham. Misfires from deep. Garrett with it in the corner. Mago catch and shoots. He hits one. Really needed that 3 to fall, and the MVP comes through for us. Spurs leading 10-8. Give it inside to Jaylen Brown in the post. Matched up on Max Christie, and he takes advantage. Finishing with the left through the foul. And now completing the and one scenario. Haven't gotten much from Clayton Rodman yet in this series. He was good in round 2. Hopefully we can get him going at some point here in the conference finals, but Mago, back-to-back triples now. Sometimes Jackson Mays, his dreads disappear, and so I don't realize it's Jackson Mays for a moment. It's kind of funny as Wemby drills a deep three. We're going right back to this Mago play. Might as well until it doesn't work, and it doesn't work there. Sohan in transition draws the foul. That seems like a good spot here to sim forward a bit. Can Vancouver's offense pick up here towards the end of the first quarter? I mean, we do, but the problem is San Antonio's picked up as well, so we'll trail by 6 here as we head now into the second quarter. About 20 seconds into it here. Trey Jones in the corner. Trying to go inside on Albert Ellis, but he's showing some good defense. Random awaits a screen, fires behind it, and it's a miss. Leonard Miller now. He'll feed it to Rudolph Garrett. EZA. Trying to find something on Jones, but just will pull up for a late shot clock heave instead. Don't really feel like he even tried to do much on the drive there. I wish he would have at least tried it. He was just kind of dribbling the ball around. Hardy gives to Ellis, top of the key. Miller catch and shoots. That one's good. Horse spinning, firing, and missing. Max Christie finds Albert Ellis for an easy look at three, and we are now tied 37 apiece here. Couple minutes here into the second quarter. Jackson Mays awaits his opportunity to check back into the ball game. Vukcevic, top of the key, with a miss. Ellis, he is headed to the free throw stripe here, trying to acrobatically find his way around a couple of San Antonio defenders. Vancouver now leads by a pair. Good run here to start this second quarter. 8-0 on the board early. Couple of three balls. Helping out with that. Baldwin to inbound after the San Antonio timeouts. Portis in the post. Quick turnaround. Uses the glass for two. I think Vancouver will be fine with that shot. If Portis is going to make it, then he's going to make it. Ellis. Quick trigger from three. This time it's no good. But a good look for the Vancouver guard for sure. Ran him on the wing. He'll get a screen. Thought about shooting it instead. Swung it over to Vucevic, who takes Hardy on the drive and finishes through the foul. Wearing those 2K shoes. So many rookies in 2K shoes. How is 2K so bad at putting people in literally any other shoe than 2K shoes? Ellis stops and pops from the elbow for 2. 41-42. Another tight ball game here in game 3. These teams seem to be fairly evenly matched in this series. This is one that could come down to the wire. Ellis, another good look from 3 and another miss, and does a nice job forcing an errant pass there in transition, though. As you can see, Ellis now dropped down to 5th in the postseason assists per game rankings. Vancouver will take a timeout as Mago is checked back into the game, as has Michael Graham. In fact, we have all the starters except for Max Christie into the game right now. Christie here fires from D. Pull it a bit right. Spurs now with it. Give it to Jaylen Brown, who has a lot of space from beyond the arc, and it eventually finds its way in. Garrett. Tamago for 3, and we're getting it once again, kind of like in the first quarter. We're getting a lot of good looks from 3 this stretch. We're just unable to hit them. That's the risk, you know, in a high 3-point volume team. There's going to be 3-point variance no matter kind of how good your shooters are. Graham no good. Mago on the glass. Strong take inside. Jackson Mays feeds it inside to Portis. Turns around and fires. Mago on the glass. Garrett left alone decides to just fire it up and in. We're back to even here at 45 apiece. Wemby set to check in for the Spurs. I don't know who Vucevic was setting the screen for there. Hands off to Jaylen Brown. Blocked away by Rudolph Garrett. What a play defensively. Mago for 3. He drills it. Beautiful two-way sequence by the Blizzard. Gives them the lead. Brown takes the screen. Held the ball for quite a long time here in this possession. Now down to 2 seconds on the shot clock. On the drive and just unable to finish. Great defensive possession by Garrett again. Ellis blows by Portis and will earn himself a pair of free throws. Once again, we'll take this free throw. Take these free throw attempts as an opportunity to hop back into simulation here. Halftime, 65-61. Comparatively speaking, a very high scoring first half. Wemby, 24 on the board on just 10 attempts. He's 5 of 7 from 3. Jaylen Brown in double figures for the Spurs as well. 26 for Ayrton Saramago. His best first half for sure. 5 and 2 alongside at 15 attempts for him, 5 of 9 from 3. Just one free throw, which is uncharacteristic of him. Getting a pretty good Albert Ellis game as well. 15, 1 and 4. 4 of 9 from the field. Said we needed better from him. Oh, we've gotten it. He's just been a little streaky from 3 is all, but 5 of 5 from the free throw line is something you love to see. Nobody's struggling all that much. The most we're getting is like 0 of 2, which is just not enough shot attempts to say somebody's struggling by any means. So, and we also have 65 points on the board heading to the half, which is pretty good. We're going to simulate the start of the second half here. get about to the midway point before we hop in, and it'll be 81-76 as we hop in here into the third. Albert Ellis up to 22 points, means he's had a good start here to the third. But he is not on the floor now, as Rodman is our point guard. A lot of screens happening over there. Eventually, we get Mago a good look from three. Just unable to hit it. Sohan. Defended by Miller. Branham. Swings it over to Tyus Jones. He pulls up from three and drills it. Rodman, top of the key, swings it out to Mago. He's defended by Baldwin. That should be a good matchup for Vancouver. Settles for the jumper. I think he easily could have gotten all the way to the rim there if he wants. Sometimes Mago just has these games where he wants to get to the rim, and sometimes he's just not feeling it, I guess. And today is one of the latter. I haven't seen him really take the ball to the rack much in this game. He is having a great game, though, so, you know, let him cook however he wants to. Christie. He'll settle for a jumper, and it works out for him. 26 of 58 here on the day, while the Spurs taking the same amount of shots and made two more. Despite that, the Blizzard are in the league. What a block. Sohan behind the screen will misfire on that jumper. What a pass in transition by Rodman, and it earns Hardy a pair of free throws. I mean, that was right on the money. Or a point guard, more known for his off the dribble shooting. Hardy hits both free throws. 17 of 20 from the stripe for the Blizzard tonight. Really good free throw shooting. The volume is up higher than the Spurs here tonight as well, which you don't always see when you're on the road. Ran him inside to Baldwin, and that's too easy. Rodman with it. I mean, Christie's all alone, and he can't make the Spurs defense pay. I mean, that's a warm-up jumper. You got to hit those. Jones with it. Stymied there on the drive. He finds Wemby instead. That was a good decision. Rodman gets a screen from Christie. Pulls up. That's not a very good look. Got to create some more space than that if you want to pull up for two. Sohan to Wemby. He just fires again, this time with a miss. That would have given the Spurs the lead. Rodman up top for McKnight, but it's stolen away. That would have been an excellent play. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Sohan fires from deep, and that will give the Spurs the lead. I think that's another shot that Vancouver's okay giving up. Christie takes a screen from the corner. Fires from the free throw line and just misses. Not been Max Christie's best game. Wembanyama. Defended by Hardy. No good on the hook. Rodman with it. Lots of screens happening over there, and it results in a layup attempt by McKnight. Maybe not exactly a layup, but an inside shot that he missed. Sohan gets a screen from Baldwin. He'll take the three behind it, and now he's heating up. San Antonio now 90 points on the board. Rodman to McKnight. He'll drive baseline, and he gets past Branham for the flush. 11 on the board for McKnight, but he's minus 13 in this game, so we've struggled in some of the lineups he's been on the floor. Not saying it's his fault by any means. Here he's matched up against Branham. Took him to the rack last time. This time settled for a much worse shot. Branham. He'll pull up and misfire. Vancouver can play for the last shot here, which could be a tie. Instead, they'll take the transition opportunity, which earns Hardy a pair of free throws. First one up in it. Second is as well. San Antonio still plenty of time to get one more good look here. Mays on the drive. Defended by Rodman. He'll get an interior screen on Bobby Portis, who was camped too long down in the lane, so no shot at all for the Spurs. Look at that earlier block by Andre Hardy. 3.3 seconds. Not really going to be able to get much of anything there. But we'll get a nice little heave from Rodman from midcourt. 89 to 90 heading into the fourth quarter. Looks like we got another tight game on our hands. Last time the Spurs came out on fire in the fourth. Got to do better this time around to make sure we can keep it close heading into the final stretch. Or maybe even go on a bit of a run ourselves. Been a very interesting game. We had the Spurs leading after one, Vancouver leading at half, and now the Spurs leading in the third quarter. If we keep alternating the leads, that should be a good thing here for our Blizzard. Pretty even here to start the fourth, but a little bit of a run there, and now San Antonio leads by 7. We do have the ball here, 6:21 remaining. Mago, and one is an excellent start. Pours in the free throw, so it's a 4-point game now. Question is, can we stop Wemby and Jaylen Brown down the stretch of this game? Malachi Branham has had great stretches as well, as has Jackson Mays. This is just a very good basketball team we're facing up against. Tough to keep everybody checked down, which is why you need good offense, which we didn't exactly get on that last possession as Saramago was stripped away. And Wemby gets fouled by Garrett. Honestly, if you're Garrett in that situation, just give up the basket. There's no reason to give him a free throw. He's going to hit it. Rudolph Garrett, of course, excellent size for a wing, but still no match for Victor Wembanyama. Mago on the drive. He gets it stripped away again. This dude's got to be more mindful. 2 possessions in a row. But he's just allowed the ball to come right out of his hands. Ellis to the rim and rejected. I mean, we haven't had the basketball touch the rim in 3 straight possessions, 2 steals and a block. This is not the kind of execution we need out of this team down the stretch. At least we'll keep it to single digits with the Sohan missed free throw. McKnight, no good, but at least we got a shot that touched the rim this possession. That's an improvement. Still not a great look by McKnight, who's now up against Wemby. And we get the charging call. Good effort there by Michael Graham. A little bit of a good sell job as well, but hey, we don't need to talk about that. Can we actually get a good shot here for the first time in about 5 possessions? We'll go pick and roll. Mago and Graham. I mean, he had space, decided to not put it up. Ellis instead gets a good look from 3 and drills it. Took most of the shot clock, but that was a good possession. Branham, way too much space from deep, and we get lucky. Saramago in transition, free lane to the basket, and maybe a little bit of a glitchy animation there, but we'll take it. Jaylen Brown bounce passes it to Wemby. Out to Branham for 3, and he drills it. It's a 7-point lead, now 3.5 remaining. Mago. He'll take it inside on Sohan and draw the easy foul. 35 for Mago, make it now 36. 2 for 2 for the Brazilian Beast. Sohan finds Branham. Another good look for 3. It's been too easy for San Antonio to get Branham open for 3. Luckily for us, he's just 1 for 3 though on these wide open looks. Ellis, great find. Saramago, that's about as easy of a look as he's gonna get. But it's no good. Mays from the corner. Ellis, a good late contest there. Looked to be wide open for a second. Garrett. Inside to Graham. He just fires over the top of Wemby. That's not the best decision, I'd say. Challenging Wemby is something I want to do as little as possible. Mays pulls up from the baseline and misfires. Need a basket here. Trim it to a 1-possession game. We'll go to Mago, the MVP. No good. Sohan with the good defense. We are under 2 minutes now. Jaylen Brown, well defended, and Graham fights for the rebound. Wemby really wanted that one, but Graham with a great block out. Mago in the post, turns around and misses again. We're doing the right thing going to the MVP down the stretch, but Sohan is giving him issues. Now the Spurs go to Wemby, and he hits. 40 points for Wemby in this game. Mago finds Ellis. He's got a great look at 3 and drills it. 30 points for Easy A. Could he be the answer down the stretch for Vancouver? We get the miss. In transition, Graham, please don't take that over Wemby. Pass it out. My goodness, man. That's a terrible shot. Good foul by McKnight. He noticed that Albert Ellis was guarding Wemby. Why would Graham ever think to take that shot? We're going to double Jackson Mays for some reason. And that leads to a wide open Wemby 3. What are we doing down the stretch, dude? This team in these late game situations just makes awful decisions sometimes. What was the reason to double Jackson Mays and leave Victor Wembanyama wide open? What was the reason? Yes, there's a chance you force a mistake, but there's a much, much bigger chance that you get the exact result you just got there. The reward is not worth the risk right there, man. Jackson Mays hasn't done much this game. We get a nice shot from McKnight, but honestly, this is too little too late. Too many stupid errors down the stretch of this game. Why are we going to Michael Graham at all? This dude should not be getting any touches down the stretch of these games. I'm sorry. I mean, no disrespect to Michael Graham, but he's against Victor Wembanyama, like the 5 straight defensive players of the year, and he's a rookie. Why the heck is he touching the ball? Unless it's in transition or something. I don't know. And as soon as, even if it's in transition, if he sees Wemby has made it back, don't shoot it. Pass it out. Get a semi-decent shot at least. It's been a major problem throughout this series, and at times it looks like it's been fixed, but so many games where it feels like we're beating ourselves. You know, if we're getting good shots and they're missing, and if we're playing good defense and the other team's just hitting, that's one thing, right? But it's terrible decision making down the stretch that's really killing me here. And we're gonna drop Game 3 on the road. San Antonio will take the 2-1 series lead. Our strongest opponent of the playoff run, and they've proven it here. We have never trailed in a series so far in this playoff run, winning our first 2 in 5. San Antonio proving that we're going to need to play better than we've shown so far in the conference finals if we want to book our tickets to the NBA finals. Wemby is your player of the game, 43, 12, and 4. Jackson Mays had a double-double. Like, why are you doubling this guy? Yeah, 17 points on 6 of 11. Sweet. There's a guy with 40 points at that point in the game that you're leaving wide open. It just makes no sense. Had 2 players put up 30 for us on fairly good efficiency, and it just didn't matter. Saramago has had a turnover problem in this game, in this series, for the last 2 games at least. Last 2 games, he has 9 assists and 8 turnovers. Or, no, I did the math wrong there. 8 assists and 7 turnovers, excuse me. Or something like that. I might be misremembering. 2 of 8 for Garrett, not good enough. 0 of 5 for Graham. This is the guy we're going to down the stretch. The guy who's 0 of 5. Makes it even worse, dude. Max Christie just 1 of 5. Rodman has been awful in the conference finals. I guess he ended up... okay, so yeah, that's back-to-back games of 0 of 6. This isn't showing game 3 yet. That's why it looks a little confusing. He is 1 of 15 in the conference finals so far. That's awful from Rodman. After he went, 3 of 6, 2 of 7 is not great, but 3 of 3, 3 of 6, 4 of 5 in the second round. He looks so good in the second, and then just to be the complete opposite here in the conference finals is disappointing from the second-year point guard. I thought about changing Michael Graham's role after this game, but in games 1 and 2, he was pretty solid. He was shooting 50% from the field, averaging, over 10 rebounds a game, averaging about, pretty much 10 and 11, something like that, which is solid for him. So I'm not going to bench him after just this last game, but that was so stupid that he did not pass that ball late in the ball game. That was a massively bad play for us, but it is important to remember that this guy's still a rookie, and he's going to make mistakes. That's what you get for playing rookies in big-time roles when you have NBA Finals aspirations. I think both of our rookies are really struggling here in the conference finals. And, 5 points and 4 points in each of the last 2 games for Garrett. He's rebounding well, sure. But 2 of 8 in each of the last 2 games. That was the downside when we traded Duren away and we decided to put 2 rookies on the floor. You knew it was always going to make things more difficult, specifically for year 5, because we were going to put a lot on the plate of rookies this season, and we're kind of seeing that come back to bite us. It took us till the conference finals to see it come back to bite us, but I think we are seeing it come back to bite us a little bit. I'd also say that Rodman's on very thin ice here. If he has a bad game again, I think we're yanking him from the lineup. In fact, you know what? No, we're yanking him right now. If we lose game 4 and Rodman has a terrible game, I think it might be too little, too late. So we're gonna do the yank right now, which means we're going down to an 8-man rotation here. Here are the updated minutes for everybody on the courts. Christie and Leonard Miller will each be getting 24 now. We'll be getting a few more minutes from Garrett and McKnight as well, and Ellis. All of these guys getting 4 more minutes to accommodate having 1 less player in the rotation. I just can't have Rodman, who I still have hope for the future, just isn't quite ready yet. I can't let Rodman be a big factor in us losing a series. It's just, I got to avoid it. So we'll give our best players more minutes, and having Ellis and McKnight playing 36 minutes and Garrett 32, even with his struggles, I don't think is a bad idea, because Garrett does more than score for us. Of course, he's a positive impact in other ways as well, even if his scoring isn't working out for him. So this is the lineup we're heading into for game number 4. Some news ahead of game 4 out in the East. The Nets now lead 3-1 and are a game away from a finals appearance. Adding Jalen Green in the offseason has worked out really well for Brooklyn. But I think either of the teams in this series would have a big-time advantage over Brooklyn should they end up making it. So this is a really important opportunity for the Blizzard. Their toughest opponents of the season, of the postseason at least, is going to be the Spurs. We're down 2-1. What can we do? Can we come back in this series, or are the Spurs just a little bit too much for us with a couple of rookies in the starting lineup? Now, we'll know we watched that possession, but I do want to simulate the beginning of this game. I think for my strategy for watching this one, I think we'll watch maybe the last 4 or so minutes here of the first quarter, lead into the second. But what I want to do for this game is I want to watch the entire 4th quarter. So we might skip the entire 3rd to make that happen, or maybe the entire 2nd or something. But I think one of the problems we've had in games 2 and 3 is we allowed the Spurs to get off to, and the Spurs are checking in some guys they haven't played yet in the series. We're shortening our lineup while the Spurs are expanding it. We've been bad at the start of the 4th quarters, and that's a stretch of the game that we haven't been able to watch yet, just because I usually want to save the end of the 4th for these close games. But we've really struggled these last 2 games to start off the 4th quarter as well. So I want to watch that stretch of the game, see what the root of the problem is. Mago, that is a shot. A terrible one. He's 1 of 5 in this game, and if he's taking shots like that, I can see why. He does have 5 assists, which he hasn't been great at so far this series, so you like that. Mago on the inside. There we go. That's more of the look you want. Puts Vancouver into the 20s. Here with a few minutes left to go in the first. Michael Graham with another block. There we go. Took the fact that I considered benching him personally, it looks like. As he's had a couple of big-time swats here. Another Spur checks in that we've never seen before, Alvarez. Spurs experimenting with these lineups here in the first quarter. Seems they're confident after winning 2 straight games. Mago takes a screen from Hardy. Feeds it to him on the inside, but Wemby with the contest to force the miss. Aldwin pulls it in transition, but no good. Miller in the corner. Trying to feed Mago on the inside. We get it to him. Fadeaway jumper around the rim and in. Mago averaging 33 points a game in the conference finals. Pretty good. He's had some rough stretches, but as he always does, he'll find some stretch of the game to make sure he has a nice impact. Can't really keep him down for 4 straight quarters. Why is Rodman in the game? Oh, I know what happened. I made the lineup change in the general section instead of the Spurs section. Oh no. So all the changes I made to the lineups are not going to actually take effect in this game. And we're also down by 10 right now. Oh my goodness, things are not looking good for Vancouver. Managerial mistake on my part. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite us. Well, this gives Rodman one more chance to show up. Mago holds the ball for the entire possession, and then at the last, that one's not Rodman's fault. That's all on Mago. He literally just sat there at the top of the key dribbling for 20 seconds. Sohan just yams it all over Andre Hardy. Rough look for our backup center. .40 seconds left here in the first. Christie with the ball. He'll get a screen from Mago, which creates enough space for him to fire one in from deep. Back down to single digits, and we did technically leave time for a shot here. Should San Antonio take one quick, and they do. Vancouver should take the last shot here of the quarter. They desperately need to hit one. Already down by 9. Need to close that gap a little bit, and Mago does just that. 28-35. Still not great after 1, but looks a lot better than the 12-point deficit we had. About 40 seconds left, so really good teams. They know how to close quarters, and Vancouver did a good job there. But we still need to find a way. Close that gap further. Starting the second here. Easy A back on the court. Was good for us in game 3, and a really strong drive there. Probably should have gone to Albert Ellis a little bit more down the stretch. I know it's hard to say don't go to Mago, but he was obviously struggling. While Ellis was hitting his looks. Ellis gets a Leonard Miller screen. He'll fire on the elbow, but there wasn't a lot of space to work with there. Vucevic, tough look. Rebounded by Garrett, which is something he has done really well here in the conference finals. Consistently had pretty high rebound numbers for a wing, and Ellis draws a foul on Malachi Branham. Easy A makes the most of those easy free throw opportunities. Branham with it. Going against Christie, and he'll draw another foul. Both teams getting to the free throw stripe pretty well here. And both teams doing well at converting those free throws as well. As you can see, no missed free throws in this game yet. 100% on both sides. Christie on the drive, gets it tipped away and rebounded by Portis. In transition, Vucevic stop and pop. No good, but he grabs his own miss and banks it in. Back up to a 10-point lead. Albert Ellis. Defended by Mays. Gets a screen from Miller. Takes a step inside the three-point line, excuse me. And misses the jumper. Branham. Just like this matchup with Max Christie here in the second. Baldwin for three, rattles around and out. Garrett on the inside, he'll shoot around Patrick Baldwin, but his shooting struggles continue. Mays takes the screen. Pick and pop. Vucevic drills the three. Oh no. San Antonio extending on their lead here. Not the start we wanted here to the second quarter. I wanted to watch the entire fourth quarter of this game, but unless Vancouver can do something on defense, might not be much worthy of watching in the fourth quarter. San Antonio already 45 points on the board here, just a few minutes into the second. Ellis, a lot of traffic in the area, but he finds the space he wants. Branham receives a couple of screens, but Christie able to stay home defensively. Branham, no good, and easy A. Goes inside for the rebound. Garrett. Entry feed into Hardy, who finds the wide open Albert Ellis for three. Bang! Big shot for Ellis. He's been the offense here in the second quarter. Portis. A ton of space in the mid-range as he drills that jumper. Garrett. Right back to him here, catch and shoot, pulled it right. Rudolph Garrett just cannot get it going, and it's really hurting our offense. Good defense there by the Blizzard. Now Hardy bringing it up the floor. Ellis. Thought he had space to fire, but playing a little patiently here, trying to find his teammates. Christie. No good on the interior. Bobby Portis. That's a tough look. Good defense there. Hardy Has Mays, but the double comes. He finds the wide open man again, and this time Ellis just put a bit too much on it. A nice job by Hardy recognizing these doubles and finding Albert Ellis. I do like that. As opposed to a Michael Graham who's may have forced up a shot that I wasn't too shy about not loving at the end of last game. Hardy with the slam, and it's an 8-point ball game. Mago and Graham set to check back in. We'll head back into the Simcast. Go a little bit faster here as we head into the half. 58-68 at the break. Malachi Branham is leading the Spurs here. He's gotten 9 free throw attempts, and he's hit all of them. Sohan and Wemby also in double figures, and a couple players at 9 as well. Just a really well-rounded scoring attack from the Spurs, and that's why they nearly got 70 in the first half. Got a good half from EZA. 14 points on 9 shots, 14 on 14 shots for Mago, but 7 assists to 1 turnover is much better than we've seen. He is not feeling his jumper, 0 for 5 from 3, and also no free throws. So if he's not in his jumper and he's not getting to the free throw line, mixing stuff for Mago. 9 from McKnight, but he's just 3 of 9. He's getting his attempts in this game. He's just not making them. And Rodman is 3 of 4. We haven't really seen him make those shots, but that's good to see. Supposed to be benched, but I made a mistake, so he's playing, and at least he's playing well. Just 1 of 4 for Garrett so far. Let's see what happens here in the second half. I want to see kind of what goes on here in the third naturally. Blizzard off to a decently hot start, but the Spurs have been able to keep pace since. Now the Spurs are outscoring us here in the quarter. This is not looking good. It's a 12-point game headed in the fourth, and like I said, I want to watch the entire fourth. Unfortunately, unlike in games 2 and 3, we've already dug our deficit prior to starting the fourth. So we'll have to see if there's anything we can do. Jaylen Brown got shaken up in this game. He's now looks to be slightly injured. That's, you never like injuries, but that's good news for Vancouver. If that puts him at less than 100%. McKnight for 3, hits it. Wasn't sure about that shot for a second, but after a few bounces, it finds its way home. Jaylen Brown on the handoff, spinning and firing. No good from the mid-range, but got to do a better job on the boards there. Mago with it. He'll await an Andre Hardy screen. Gonna take a triple, and it's just not been his night from deep. Mays against Ellis, but Ellis stands strong there on the defense. Brown, his misses here are bringing me a lot of hope. We could just keep him shooting those. I think we'll be just fine. Those are tough shots even when Brown's at 100%, which he is not currently. On the attacking drive, there we go. Mago gets to the free throw line. Two for 2 from the strike. Maybe a couple of easy looks from the free throw line. Can open up his 3-point game. Seeing a couple of shots go in. Brown. Defended by McKnight. Strong take there on the drive. Excuse me as I yawn. San Antonio still leads by 11 here. We haven't been able to do much here in the first 3 minutes to get into that lead at all, but Saramago 3 makes it just 8. Timeout here by San Antonio. I had to take a sip of water, but gotta see some strong defensive stretches here in the fourth quarter. We can keep the ball in the hands of Jaylen Brown. That's usually not what you want to do, but so far in this fourth quarter, I think that's kind of going to be the way to go. Unless he gets good looks like that. We don't want him to take the easy catch and shoot looks. We want him to have to take those tough off the dribble looks. Saramago on the drive, finishes around Jackson Mays. Make that 25 for Mago. But it's really the defense that struggled more so tonight. I mean, 101 points with still 8 minutes left. That's a good pace offensively, but the defense has just been awful. Mays finds Jaylen Brown. No good on a great look from the corner. Ellis. I don't know exactly what we're trying to set up here. I do not like that play in the playbook. It always results in a wide open 3 in the corner, but the guard never throws it, and I don't know why, because it's always so open. But we get a good look from 3 anyway, so no harm, no foul. Brown. He'll take a 3, just too much space. I know I said we want it in the hands of Brown, but again, not for these super easy looks. I mean, we got our best defender on him. Can McKnight fight through some screens, please? Graham with it. We'll feed it to McKnight in the corner. Now it's Garrett. Feed it to Ellis. He was wide open for 3. So we'll set him up in the post, which is not what we want to do. We did nothing on that entire offensive possession. What was that? Is there even a singular dribble in that possession? I mean, we're halfway through the quarter. We have trimmed 1 point off the lead that we had going into the quarter. Mago wide open. Gotta take advantage of those looks. Random. Tons of space. But a misfire from deep, I guess. It's a fair miss after Mago missed his wide open jumper. Graham in the post. Double comes. He finds McKnight. That's a good look, and we get the result we want. We actually get some stops, though. Portis to Sohan. Into Wemby. And nice defense by Graham. Forcing the miss without fouling, which has been a big key. A lot of the times Wemby can get the foul on Graham. Mago, there we go. Missed the wide open 3, but he's hitting the more difficult ones. In the post, Portis against Mago. That's a big time block. Never even left the hands of Bobby Portis. And perhaps more importantly, that puts Mago on fire. Now he has Jackson Mays in the post. Sidestep, midi, no good. That shot does a nice job not letting the double defender really play a factor, but just couldn't hit it. 4.5 minutes remain in the ball game. Vancouver down by 7. And Mago with another miss. Almost called him McKnight for some reason. Wemby in the post. Physical contact there between Graham, but Graham is a strong man, 280 pounds. Tough to move him off his spot. Garrett, step back in transition, no good, man. Wemby in the post. This time against Saramago. Mago's also a very strong defender, but Wemby's just too good. Mago on the drive, finishes with the left. Let's go. Settling for jumpers the last couple of minutes. Well, everybody knows that despite how good of a shooter he is, he's at his best attacking downhill. Sohan has made that difficult for him at times here in these conference finals. But it's still when he's at his best. Graham, quick trigger from 3 in transition, no good with it. That would have been a massive shot. Attic on it. Jaylen Brown will get a foul on Mago, his 4th. Still not much concern of a foul out on that front. I mean, look at the free throw disparity in this game. 22 for the Spurs to 9 for the Blizzard. That's a little wild, if I'm going to be honest. But Mago, our main free throw contributor, has been taking a lot of jumpers in this game, to be fair. And he's just not hitting them down the stretch, despite the fact that he's on fire. Cannot find his range from deep. After, for the first stretch of the 4th, he was actually hitting them pretty good. Mago defended by Wemby. I don't know if that's a great matchup, even when he's on fire, but he proves me wrong there. 5-point game. Who can execute the best down the stretch in the final 2 minutes? Wemby driving baseline and drawing the foul. He's been just as tough to guard as I had feared heading into the conference finals. Down the stretch of these games, it's hard to just... We haven't been able to avoid fouling him, which is just such reliable points for San Antonio down the stretch when they basically get to the free throw line every time they go to Wemby. Sidestep for Ellis, no good. Well defended by Jackson Mays, and we need to stop right now. We get it. Those are the kind of shots that I was saying we should try to get Jaylen Brown into earlier in this game. And once again, Mago has been really hit and miss down the stretch of these games, man. He's getting a ton of looks. Some of them are good. All of them are acceptable. But he's just not shooting it well enough. Even when he's on fire, man, which is really unfortunate. Another miss there, and Michael Graham is re-injured. He literally just got back fully healthy. Oh boy. We're about to fall down 3-1 in the conference finals, and Michael Graham is hurt. Took San Antonio forever to score when they were playing 5-on-4 basketball. And that does not look good for Michael Graham. I doubt he's playing in Game 5. And both teams will bring in the backups here for the final 40 seconds. I think this game was a little bit more acceptable down the stretch as we see Jimmy Butler coming in getting some buckets, because I don't think it was as stupid decision making as it was in game 4, or sorry, in game 3. This is game 4, as it was just Mago missing shots, which that's acceptable to me. When we're getting Mago at least decent looks and he's just not hitting them, it's unfortunate. You want your MVP to come through for you in those situations, but the process is acceptable. As long as the process is acceptable, you live with the results, because eventually the results will be in your favor. But still, another game where the Spurs just outplay us in the fourth quarter. It's been a theme now for 3 straight games. We outplayed them in game 1 down the stretch, and it was beautiful. But ever since then, Spurs just seem a little bit better. And it's because of that man right there, Victor Wembanyama, being pretty much an unstoppable force down the stretch. Getting to the free throw line whenever he's not just making the baskets outright. 27, 7, and 8 for him. Took just 15 shots. He was allowing his teammates to eat, because we got 8 of 14 for Branham and 9 of 14 for Jaylen Brown. So his injury, whenever it happened, didn't really do much to slow him down. That was his best game of the conference finals so far. 6 of 8 from Mays on 18, 8, and 8. He was a really good all-around contributor. 36, 12, and 8 for Mago, but 32 shots, 14 of 32, which still is just barely below 50%, so it's not that bad. But of course, if you look at just the fourth quarter, he started off well, so it doesn't look bad in the end with 6 of 13, but he was, what, something like 2 of 6 down the stretch? That's just an estimate, and I'm doing this live, so I can't go back and get you exact numbers or anything. 1 of 6 for Garrett. Rodman was 5 of 10, so it was actually a good thing the benching didn't work out for him. But now I think you gotta, I think we gotta bench Rudolph Garrett for game 5. 2 of 8, 2 of 8, and 1 of 6. And at least in the previous games, he was getting, 7 rebounds, 9 rebounds, 4 and 3 assists. Just 2 rebounds in this game and 3 assists as well. But who do you bring Max Christie off? He hasn't exactly been great either. Who are you bringing off the bench to replace him? Christie's the obvious answer. We could start Leonard Miller at the 3. I think that could make some sense as well. He wasn't good in this game, but for the most part, he's been a good playoff contributor. At least he pulled in 9 rebounds. But we're now a game away from our season being over. In a year where it looks like it might be an easy opponent in the East. Obviously, I don't want to discount Brooklyn. They're a win away from making the finals, which is no easy feat. They look like a very beatable potential finals opponent. Who knows? Indiana could pull off 3 straight. I wouldn't put it past them, but now we have to win 3 straight to even get there. And the way Wemby's playing, I don't think it's all that possible. So I didn't talk about it because I didn't think it was super relevant, but Victor Jackson also, at the time it wasn't, but Victor Jackson also has a stomach virus. He might be cured of it ahead of game 5. Let's see. And Michael Graham, of course. We're just going to have the CPU do it momentarily. I just want to see if... Okay. Can I just... There we go. So Indiana does stay alive in the East. That's all I wanted to talk about. And then Victor Jackson, it looks like he's not quite 100% heading into this game, but he's good enough to still play for sure. So he'll be our backup center. Season now on the line. Mago's getting his minutes increased even more. 44. And Albert Ellis up to 40. We will be putting Leonard Miller at the 3 spot for this game to start. Cameron McKnight 36 minutes. Andre Hardy will be our starting center. Christie down to 12 minutes. Victor Jackson will be getting 20. Rudolph Garrett will be getting 24. And just because of my OCD, I like to see them descending minutes here off the bench. Rodman down to 8, even though we did have a good game 4. It's just that we want Ellis out there on the court as much as we can get. So, season on the line. In game 5, all of our series have been concluded in 5 games so far in this playoff run. We've been on the victorious end the first 2. Would really suck to lose in 5 to the San Antonio Spurs right here, but it's a real possibility. For the first time this season, everything is on the line for the Blizzard. Got nothing to lose and everything to gain. At home once more with the MVP. They looked great all year, but looked a little in over their heads at times in this series. They're hoping that a change to the starting lineup could be what they need. We lose some shot creation, but I think gain some defense, hopefully. Maybe some better catch and shoot ability with Leonard Miller, who has been better throughout the postseason. But it's all or nothing. Trying to extend our playoff lives here against Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. Wemby pulls up for 3 to start this game. He's going to be doing that consistently. There's no chance. McKnight with it. He'll feed Leonard Miller. He gets a quick shot up, but cannot hit the 3. Sohan inside. So Wemby in transition and a quick 5 points on the board for the Spurs, courtesy of their best player. Mago takes it around Sohan, and another miss for the Blizzard. I really like these uniforms for San Antonio. Sohan, I like the side striping in particular. Shot clock winding down. Sohan hasn't been able to come up with anything. He's just going to have to chuck it up. Leonard Miller with it now. He'll give to Albert Ellis. He fires from deep. And the Blizzard are now on the board. Can we get a big-time statement game from Easy A? I really like that. Pick and roll, Sohan and Wemby. Branham with it. Defended by McKnight. Going to be forced to put up another late shot clock here. Even the defense improving here for the Blizzard in the half court. McKnight in transition, attacking Sohan, but he's such a good defender. Branham on the wing. Feeds it to Wemby. Jaylen Brown. Find through a bit of an injury here. He'll take it to Saramago, but Mago with the block. Ellis to McKnight mid-range. That's an easy 2. Now we are tied at 5 apiece. Branham. Good look from deep. He responds. Coach Powers decides to take a quick timeout here after 3 minutes. Neither offense really off to a super fast start. So whichever one decides to get going first can build up a bit of a lead here in the first. Mago in the post. He'll draw the Sohan foul. If we could get just one of those Saramago games where he decides to be super aggressive, that'd be something that I think could help bring Vancouver, keep their season alive. Sohan, easy look for three, pulled it right. Mago catch and shoot. He hits that shot, and now Vancouver takes their first lead. 9-3 run here for the Blizzard. Branham inside to Wemby, but it's stolen away by Hardy. Great job playing the passing lanes there. Hardy to McKnight. Thought about shooting it, but Branham did a nice job fighting through the screen. So we get a Mago three. Misfire there. Sohan awaits the Wemby screen. He's gonna take a tough look from three off of it. We'll take that shot any day as long as Sohan wants it. Ellis with it. He'll go at Jackson Mays and pass it out to Mago. 2 seconds left on the shot clock, and he just sets Albert up to foul. I hate when Mago does that. When he just stands there dribbling for like 10 seconds and then at the last second decides to pass it off to someone else. If you're going to waste the shot clock, take the shot. Because it's your fault that we're not going to get a good shot on the possession. I mean, Sohan's been aggressive to start this game. I don't think that's San Antonio's best strategy to get Sohan going, though, so I think Vancouver's going to take all these early Sohan attempts. Now it's San Antonio's turn to call timeout. Down to 6:40 left in the first quarter, and we'll take that timeout as an opportunity to hop into some Simcast here. San Antonio takes the lead here. And after one, we'll have 29-24. I think we'll watch here the end of the second quarter. See how we can close out the half as we are down by 5, hopping in with 5 and change left here in the second. Portis, top of the key. Finds Branham. Now to Mays. San Antonio passing the ball around here. They find Jaylen Brown for the three. Good contest there by Leonard Miller. Leonard can't get the layup to go in transition, but on the second chance, nearly a 4-point play. But Ellis will get 3 tries at the free throw line. Ellis makes the first 2. And 3 for 3. Rarely do you ever see a miss at the stripe from Easy A. Jaylen Brown matched up with Christie. I think San Antonio probably likes that matchup, even with Jaylen Brown not at 100%. Mays tries to drive in, but Leonard Miller with the switch stops him cold. Going the other way, Miller will just dribble it out. San Antonio held firm in transition, and Albert Ellis catch and shoots. Vancouver back out in front. 6 quick points for Easy A. Baldwin for three. No good. Ellis on the boards this time. Outlet pass to Mago. He'll take it straight at Bobby Portis. Getting to the free throw line. That's Vancouver basketball. We haven't been seeing that enough. Mago getting out in transition. I know oftentimes he's tasked with staying in and getting the rebound, which is fine. We need to secure the rebound, of course. But when he does have a chance to run, we need to take advantage of it more, because when he's got momentum, it's hard to stop that momentum. That's 6'11", 250. .46-43 here as the Spurs will have Vucevic inbound. To Enqvist. I do not know how to pronounce that name. This dude is built different. Look at how stout, especially that upper body is from Enqvist. Wemby against Miller. That's a mismatch, and he'll hit the easy two. Ellis on the drive, gets fouled on a reach in. Down to 3:20 left here in the first half. Mago on the drive, posterizes his man. That's what I like to see. We have not seen that this entire conference finals from Saramago. It was a staple. We saw it every single game, if not multiple times a game in the regular season. Excellent to see it here in the second quarter. Brown, one-on-one against Cameron McKnight. Swings it out to Vucevic for catch and shoot three, no good. Andre Hardy, he was left all alone by Wemby, but can't make him pay for it. Brown. Wemby in the corner. He's attacking on the inside. Sorry, I'm yawning like all the time here. I don't know why. It's not even remotely late. And it's not like this game is boring by any means. We've got a close matchup here. Down to a 1-point ball game. Mago with it on the wing. Setting up an Albert Ellis three. He takes it and gets fouled by Jackson Mays for the second time in this quarter. You're seeing a lot of three-point fouls earlier on in the series. They've come down a lot, but Ellis completes the 4-point play. You love to see it. He's putting in some good work here in this second quarter. Sohan fires over the top of Ayrton Saramago. Good for three. Mago on the wing. Swings it out to Ellis. He'll take it inside on Mays and finish again. Ellis. Let's go. Having a great first half. Branham against McKnight. McKnight shuts him down. Jaylen Brown now pulls up from the mid-range, and the rebound goes to Andre Hardy. Easy A. Out to Saramago on the corner. He's going to take a screen. From the mid-range. Nearly in, but it pops out. 40 seconds left. San Antonio. Good play for the 2-for-1 here, and they will, but Branham can't hit the three. Ellis going downhill. What a take by Albert Ellis. 22 points on the board for Easy A heading into the half. 4 for 6 from deep. What a performance here. He is the reason Vancouver has a lead right now. Wemby, turnaround, tough shot. Jeez, makes it look easy. 6 seconds left. We can still get a good shot. We got to actually... What are we doing? You have 6 seconds. Pass it. Or at least run up the court. It's wasted the last possession, but it's fine. Vancouver will head into the break with a 4-point lead. Trying to skip through halftime here, but 2K hates it when you try to skip through halftime. So it takes a solid 2 minutes just to skip through it. 18 points at the half for Wemby compared to 22 for Albert Ellis as soon as they'll let me take a more complete look at the stats. Like, I've been doing nothing other than hammering A this entire time, and it's still taking like a full 2 minutes almost to get through halftime. It's ridiculous. But anyway, I don't know why 2K doesn't let you just do something to skip the entire halftime show, but it is what it is. 22 points at the break for Albert Ellis, 22, 5, and 3. Mago, 13 points and a couple of blocks. For the Spurs, 18 points for Wemby. He has not missed. Okay. They should probably get him going a little bit more, getting him more shots if he hasn't missed it all in the half. And then Branham, the only other Spur in double figures as we head into the third. I'm going to start with some sim casting here. Vancouver holding on to a narrow lead here. Now San Antonio taking the lead here as we head towards the end of the third. We're going to sim cast the entire third once again because I want to watch the whole fourth quarter. This time we actually have a close game. We lead by 5, but the fourth quarter has not been kind to Vancouver in the conference finals. Mago driving around on Bobby Portis and eventually found the angle he wanted for the slam. Jackson Mays out to Vucevic. Mays with it now. He'll pull up and fire over Albert Ellis with a miss. 3 of 10 for Jackson Mays. Not his best performance. Albert defended by Portis. He'll fire over the top of him, but probably want to create a little bit more space if you're going to fire over somebody that much taller than you. You bailed out with a terrible Bobby Portis attempt there. McKnight in the corner. He'll try to take it to Bobby Portis this time, but Bobby's playing some solid defense. Garrett. It's like we're going to see his go-to shot here. Pumps on it. Just fire it up, man. You didn't... Literally did nothing there with the pump fake. You had more space before the pump fake than after it. Brown, space for 3, fires it in.
3 points.
McKnight in the corner. Finds Mago for an easy 3 and a good response. Brown waits the Vucevic screen. Now attacks downhill on Garrett. In the post. Nice shot there by Jaylen Brown, a veteran move. McKnight in the corner. He'll try to attack on Baldwin, but this is not his strong suit. And he'll eventually just pass it out. I don't know why we ever go to that play. It results in the same thing every time. And now Mago's the one who's sitting here doing nothing with the ball. What was that possession? That was so bad. There's two players doing absolutely nothing with the ball. A half-hearted attempt at a drive. Slowly backing out. I mean, come on now. Mago. Out to McKnight. Victor Jackson. This is the exact same thing that happened last possession. Can we do something else with the ball, please? What is going on with these terrible possessions? Like, Victor Jackson and Cameron McKnight should not be getting ISO calls. What the heck, man? Portis with it. At least the Spurs are doing equally terrible things with the possession. What is going on here with the game? Is it broken or something? Neither team's like running anything for plays. Jackson gets a couple of free throws after a nice transition play. Vancouver leads by 7. Timeout here by San Antonio. This is probably where I'd check Wemby back into the game for the remainder. We'll see if that's what they do. Can't quite see yet, but no, Wemby will remain on the bench. Mays finds Baldwin in the post. Tries to get Rudolph Garrett in the air, but he does a nice job staying home. Jaylen Brown. I mean, what are these plays, dude? When's the last time we saw a team run an actual play on either side? Saramago misses the pull-up 3 in transition. Huddle in the corner, finds Brown. He gets McKnight to fall for the pump fake. Pulls up and misses. I thought for sure that was going in. All right, let's run a play, please. Even a pick and roll will do. This will do as well. At least created a solid look for Rudolph on the jumper, but he's been ice cold this entire conference finals. I don't know what to do about it. I can't sit him entirely. I've already reduced his role. Was hoping that coming off the bench could galvanize him a bit, but it's just... maybe the moment's a little too big for the rookie. Luckily, the San Antonio offense has literally been awful. Sohan for 3. He hits it. Four-point game. Wemby looking to check back in. Mago will take a Victor Jackson screen. Take a heavily contested 3. I don't think he expected Sohan to skirt around that screen so easily. Victor Jackson did not do much with that screen. Mays no good for 3. Should have just taken it initially. That hesitation cost him. Garrett takes a Victor Jackson screen, pulls up from the mid-range, and after a couple of seconds of thinking about it, the ball goes in the basket. Jaylen Brown out to Baldwin. Mays now. Pick and roll. Catch and shoot. It's no good for Vooch. Inside, tipped away and stolen by San Antonio. Saramago tried to get his teammate going in the fast break. At this point, I think I'm going to call a timeout the next time San Antonio gets the ball because they need Wemby in this game. Unless they can get something going in transition here. But if they can't, and they did take a quick shot in transition, San Antonio needs Wemby in this game. I don't want to sit here and win game 5 because the game didn't call a whistle for like 7 straight minutes. Ellis for 3. No good. This is where I call it. Let's get Wemby on the court for the Spurs. They've been trying to get him in for multiple minutes now. But 2K just goes like several minutes at a time without a single whistle being blown often. And now it's not letting me... Oh my goodness, this is so dumb. It's not letting me end the timeout. So we'll do a little bit of gymnastics here, and boom, just like that, we're back. 6-point deficit here for San Antonio. Brown. Defended by Leonard Miller. Trying to sauce him up, and he eventually does. A lefty finish and the foul. Free throw here could trim it to a 1-possession ball game. And he does. Can Vancouver hold on to the lead? Ellis against Mays. Swings it out to Mago for 3. Bang! 29 on the board for the Brazilian Beast. And a really big shot. Sohan. Blocked! Mago back-to-back excellent plays. Almost thrown out of bounds by Hardy, but Ellis able to sky for the catch. Now for 3, Albert Ellis. No good. The rebound goes to Jaylen Brown. Mays with it in the corner. He gets a screen from Wemby. Swings it out to him. Andre Hardy stayed home on defense. Sohan off the dribble 3. We're going to take that down the stretch for sure. Pretty much any shot that's not Jaylen Brown or Wemby we're probably taking here. It's not an easy layup, I guess, at least. Saramago. Isolating against Sohan. Takes a tough shot, and Sohan grabs the board. Mays with it up top for Wemby. What a pass! I did not think that play was going to result in an alley-oop. But Wemby has just the catch radius of somebody not human. Ellis. One-on-one versus Jackson Mays. Missing. Oh boy. San Antonio can trim it back down to a 1-possession game once more. Sohan for 3. We're going to take that, but Wemby on the glass. And he draws the foul. Once again, in the final 3 minutes, I mean, Wemby is pretty much automatic free throws. If he doesn't just sauce somebody up so bad that he doesn't even need to go to the free throw line. Low scoring affair. Neither team has even reached 90 yet. Got 2 minutes to play, and it looks like 44 minutes is officially the amount of time that it takes Saramago to become tired. MVP chance for the MVP as he now reaches 30 points in the ball game. Big time free throws from Maga. Wemby going against Andre Hardy. In the post, missing, puts it back up and in. We're going to have to score on every possession, I think. Because I think Wemby has a chance to score on every possession. Mago downhill. Step back. Free throw line jumper. Hits it. Lead back up to 4. They'll go right back to Wemby. No surprise. In the post, he gets Andre Hardy to jump and hits. Back and forth in the final couple of minutes between Mago and Wemby. This is the kind of stuff I wanted to see all series. Mago for a jumper again. No good. Jaylen Brown both tired and injured at this point. Wemby for the tie. Almost had a chance to take the lead. Just missed the free throw, but he gets the foul call. And if he goes 2 for 2, San Antonio will tie this game, and he does. We have surrendered the lead with 44 and a half seconds left. Oh, man. The fourth quarter. Been our kryptonite and continues to be so. But we still have 44 and a half seconds to win this game. Mago, excellent look at 3. He's got it. Nice play off the inbound to get our best player a very easy look. He's missed a lot of shots down the stretch in this conference finals, but he has been clutch in this game. Only 1 miss, many makes. Sohan for 3. No good. Hardy with the rebounds. The Spurs don't need to foul. Almost turned it over there. And it's a Saramago dunk. Extending the lead to 5. Here at home. San Antonio timeout. They need a basket here. And then they got to play the free throw game. The problem is Vancouver's maybe the last team in the entire league you want to play the free throw game with. They have so many good free throw shooters. Got to just hope it gets into the hands of Andre Hardy or a Leonard Miller. You also don't want to be taking this much time off the clock. What's Jaylen Brown doing standing there? He'll take a 2 and he hits it. San Antonio now out of timeouts, because they had to take a timeout just to get Wemby in the game. Well, they probably, based on how 2K loves to play, they probably would have used both their timeouts there in a row had they had the opportunity to. Albert Ellis 2 for 2 from the line, and I think that's going to be all she wrote here. Branham hits the 3. It's not quite over yet. San Antonio can force a missed field goal and hit a 3 to go to OT at this point. But once again, it's Albert Ellis going to the line. Old Mr. Reliable from the stripe. He does hit both. And now obviously no terrible fouls here. And that's going to be all she wrote. I mean, I don't know why we're jumping on these. That's so risky. Just literally let them take a 3, but I guess Saramago will get another block. So it worked out for us. But both McKnight and Saramago risked 4-point plays there unnecessarily. Doesn't come back to bite us. 101-97. You have to wonder, though, if San Antonio was able to get Wemby in the game when they actually wanted to. Would that have changed things? They couldn't get him back into the game until 4.5 minutes, and even I had to manually call a timeout to make it happen. Mago is your player of the game. 38 and 16, 5 assists, 4 blocks. 50% from the field. Ellis didn't shoot all that well from the field, but still pours in 26, 7 and 5. No one else in double figures for the Blizzard. I mean, our role players just did not do much at all. Max Christie didn't even attempt a shot in this game. Robin was 4 for 4. He's been good the last 2 games, give him credit. McKnight didn't shoot that well, just 1 of 7 from 3. Despite all that, it was enough to get the dub. Wemby, I mean, if I'm the Spurs, you can't let Wemby go a game shooting just 12 shots. He was 4th on the team in shots. Yes, Branham played well. Jaylen Brown played pretty well. But Sohan taking 19 shots and Wemby taking 12. I mean, if you're San Antonio, that's probably not going to happen again. And so we were able to use that to our advantage here in Game 5, and our season stays alive. Before we hop into Game 6, Indiana has forced a Game 7. They were down 3-1. They've forced it into a winner-takes-all game, so that can give us a little bit of hope here in Game 6 that perhaps we can do the same, but we are on the road. We have yet to pick up a road victory in this series. Better late than never. Coming off a close Game 5 victory. Now is going to be probably the toughest one yet. We're on the road. Or we're 0-2 so far in the series. Season remains on the line. We were able to keep it alive in Game 5. But now on the road, the task becomes tougher. Let's see if we can bring it to a Game 7 winner-take-all against San Antonio. After Game 4, I would have said no chance, but Game 5 instilled some hope. Branham in the post gives to Jaylen Brown with a miss. Leonard Miller, his second game in the starting lineup, pulls up for a jumper. I don't even know if it's a three-pointer there, but it doesn't matter because he missed it. Wemby over Saramago for the first basket of the game. Albert Ellis, he's put together some pretty good games here in the conference finals. Hands it to Leonard Miller. Pick and roll here. 8 seconds left on the shot clock. Mago against Brown. Takes a tough leading shot. No good. Wemby tips the rebound out to Mays. Jaylen Brown pulls up in transition. He misses. Ellis able to get the rebound over Wemby, which is not something you'd predict. Nice pass on the inside to McKnight. Mago making a play. Victor Wembanyama feeds it inside to Branham. Defended by McKnight. Sohan with it. He'll run a pick and roll. Pick and pop, make that with Wemby drilling the three-pointer. Off the catch. I mean, the defense is there. It's just not enough to bother him. It's really difficult to bother him. You have to like perfectly time a jump for it to be something that can actually get in the way of Wemby's shot. Simply being there for the contest is not enough. Sohan in the post. Outside to Wemby for 3 again. And drills it. Again, a couple of early jumpers for the French big man. Ellis to Hardy. Now inside to Mago. He'll turn around and shoot it up and in. Couple of shots on the interior for Vancouver early. Mays. Pick and pop with Wemby. Trying to find something against Ellis, but the defense is sound. Brown for a 3 at the end of the shot clock. Another miss on the board for him early. McKnight inside to Mago. Double comes. He finds Andre Hardy for catch and shoot 3. He's not the only center out here who can hit it from long distance. Sohan takes a screen, fires up a 3 off of it. He's certainly not shy about taking threes. Something we've learned here in the conference finals. Ran him inside to Sohan. And McKnight gets the steal on Jackson Mays, coast to coast, and with the layup. Nice little run here by the Blizzard, gives them the lead. Sohan again, getting a screen, this time from Jaylen Brown. Inside to Wemby, tough layup, and just misses it. Andre Hardy about to take it coast to coast, finds Ayrton Saramago. Let's go. Hardy showing off a bit of the handle. And this Vancouver run causing a San Antonio timeout. Mays. Out to Sohan. Pulls up for 3. Good contest there by Saramago again. Sohan, questionable shot selection. Bailing us out a bit on the defensive end. Mago, there's a good look from 3 from a much better shooter as well. And Vancouver looking really good on both sides here in the first 5 minutes of this ball game. Looked a little rough for the first minute or so, but since then it's been all Vancouver as Mays banks in a mid-range jumper. Mago, top of the key, awaits a Hardy screen. He's gonna pull up with some space from the mid-range, or just missing. Sohan with it finds Jaylen Brown, looking to set up Wemby in the post. No double comes, but Hardy does a nice job with the one-on-one. Sidestep layup for Jaylen Brown, but Andre Hardy stayed home defensively. Rudolph Garrett taking it the other way. Finds Mago for the floater. The offense for Vancouver looking really good here in the first quarter. Brown putting some moves on Garrett. He's had a rough start to this game. Yet to hit his first field goal, and that will remain the case here after this shot. Ellis gets a screen. Drives inside on Mays and tries to find the open man, but it was just too late, and the errant pass will go out of bounds. Jeremy Sohan gets it down to Wemby in the post. Turnaround there, and he's able to easily hit it over the outstretched arms of Andre Hardy. McKnight on the cut, but Ellis decides to hold on. Now defended by Sohan. Showing some good defense, and Hardy gets fouled on the three-point attempt by Wemby. Got lucky there to end what was a bit of a rough possession with some free throws. Hardy no good on the second one. We'll call him 2 for 3. 18-12 the lead here now, 7 minutes into the ball game, and that is where we will head into the Simcast for the remainder of the first quarter. Heading into the second, it'll be 33-29 in favor of our Vancouver Blizzard, where we will hop back in. Spurs in possession here. They have Vucevic, Jones, Baldwin, and Branham on the court, while the Blizzard have Miller, Jackson, Ellis, Christie, and Rudolph Garrett will be their 5. Jackson on the interior. Nice feed by Ellis for the 2. Still not feeling at 100%, as you can tell. Branham, tons of space off the screen, but cannot capitalize. Miller on the drive, draws the foul, and nearly got the shot to go. First free throw drops for Leonard Miller. Second does as well. We'll make it 37-32 here. A minute into the second quarter. Portis. Turnaround over the defender, but is missing. Leonard Miller, coast to coast, just blows by the defense all the way to the basket. 60% from the field for Vancouver early is really good. Inside, Baldwin, nice job finding the cutter for the easy layup. Jackson May is waiting to check in for San Antonio. Christie with the ball. Trying to set something up. But whatever it is, it's taking too long. Double screen here for Max Christie. He'll use the space to fire a 3. Rebounded by San Antonio. Branham. Isolation against a smaller defender in Albert Ellis, but he does a nice job staying in front. Get it back to Branham here for the triple, which he drills with relative ease. Pick and roll. Ellis and Jackson. Step back. Been creating space with the step back, just hasn't decided to shoot off of him here. Now he'll isolate. Swing over to Leonard Miller, who misses on his 3. Portis. Defended by Miller. And steps out of bounds on his way to the basket. That will allow Jackson Mays to check in for San Antonio. Rudolph Garrett gets a screen from Jackson. This will be a great game for him to have his first good scoring output of the series. Does a nice job finding an open Albert Ellis, though. He cannot capitalize. Portis in the post. Defended by Miller, who fouls him on his way up for the interior shot. First one down the barrel for Portis. We get Jaylen Brown checking back into the game as well for San Antonio. One-point ball game here as the starters are starting to trickle back into the lineup for the Spurs. Miller out to Easy A, who gets a screen. Has space in the corner for the triple. I like that quite a bit. Branham with the little scoop layup on the response. Now it's a one-point game. I believe it was tied when I said it was a one-point game earlier, but no big deal. Ellis on the wing. He'll attack. Jackson Mays, step back, and no good in the paint. Portis trying to set up a cut for Jackson Mays, but it looks like Jaylen Brown was moving on the screen. Vancouver makes a substitution. Here's Ayrton Saramago back in the game. Max Christie on the cut, just short arms the layup. A nice spin by Mays gets him all the way to the basket where he will draw 2 free throws. Missing on the first here. So now San Antonio will just have to settle for the tie. .42 all. Miller has it on the wing, defended by Jaylen Brown. Ellis going downhill, gets right by Jackson Mays and was all alone at the rim. Not the easiest basket he'll see the entire conference finals. Top of the key, Branham swings it out to Mays, pick and roll. Mays, plenty of space in the mid-range, but misfires on the jumper. San Antonio will get a second chance. Branham this time from the mid-range. That's his bread and butter, but not this time around. Christie in the corner. Looking for Hardy, but there was no open lane for the pass. He finds a Saramago open in the mid-range instead for 2. Offense has been looking pretty good in this game. The defense, not quite as good, but good enough for Vancouver to have the lead for the moment. Catch and shoot Mays. That's no good from 3. Mago with the rebound. He's rushing it up the court. But no easy looks in transition this time around. Set up for an Ellis 3, but he finds Christie instead. That was a nice pass, but Christie cannot get the finish. Mays on a bit of a cold streak here. Mago this time gets all the way to the rim and draws the foul and 1. On the board, Tristan Vucevic is the guilty party here, and we will simulate the rest of the first half from this point forward. Vancouver building up a nice little run here to take the 69-57 halftime lead. San Antonio's already gotten the second half started with a 3. Wembanyama, 20 points on the board already. Malachi Branham with 19. Those 2 have by far been the best contributors for San Antonio. Just 2 of 8 at half for Jaylen Brown. It looks like the injury might be affecting him a little bit more in this game. Saramago, 26, 7, and 7 at the half. Could we see him get a triple-double here in Game 6? It's looking fairly likely at this point. 9 of 15 from the field. Leonard Miller, really good contributions. 14 points on 10 shots. Albert Ellis was pretty solid. In terms of guys struggling, really just Max Christie over 3. Everybody else shooting at or above 50% at the half, which you love to see, and that's why we've got 69 points. Nice. As we head into the second half, we're going to continue simulating for a little bit longer here. Want to see the second half here of this third quarter. And wow, the Spurs have brought it back. Momentarily there, a 1-possession game, but we'll hop into it being a 5-point game. Jaylen Brown, no good on his first free throw. He's already tired. I mean, I know he's your second best player, but with this injury, you might want to think about reducing his role. Malachi Branham's been doing really well as the second scorer since his injury. Ellis spinning, stepping back, and no good. Put on some nice moves there, but it's all for naught if you can't finish the play. Sohan gets a screen from Wemby, passes it on the inside, and yeah, Albert Ellis had no chance there. Let's be honest. 2-point ball game. Things can never be easy for Vancouver, can they? We always got to sweat these games out. Rudolph Garrett. Good look from 3 there. Branham feeds it to Bobby Portis, who gets blocked. Second chance for him, though, and he gets it to go on the baseline. Mago with it. Pick and roll. He's going downhill. Pulls up in the short mid-range area. Around the rim and out. Portis. He'll be the ball handler here on the pick and roll. Not something you expect to see much from him, but it works to perfection. And the and one is complete, and the game is tied. Vancouver led by a dozen here heading into the third, but San Antonio has clawed all the way back. After the pump, Saramago to the rim. 2 free throws upcoming for the Brazilian Beast. 2 for 2. Sohan. They'll get a double screen. Plenty of space from 3, but too much on the shot. Victor Jackson finds Rudolph Garrett. Down to Mago. In the post. Double team. Finds the open man. Nice job swinging the ball around. Clayton Rodman for 3. Great ball movement there by the Blizzard. Victor Jackson defending Wemby. That is a scary sight. Pick and roll. Brown and Wemby. On the drive. No good. And Jaylen Brown is officially cold, although I think we knew that before. Even the circle indicated it. Mago. Thought about pulling up for 3. But we'll keep the possession going here. Garrett. A couple of pump fakes, but Jaylen Brown does not fall for it, so forced to put up a late shot clock heave instead. Portis has space for 3, but no good. Mago shoots over the top of Portis, but he did just enough to make it a challenging shot. Brown finds Sohan. Wemby in the post. And that's a nice move there. Getting it to go over the outstretched arms of Victor Jackson. Mago gets a screen. That's a good one too. And he gets the foul call. 2 free throws upcoming. First is in, and San Antonio will make substitutions. Wemby will get his rest before his final stretch. Not as many free throws as we've seen in some of the previous games. Here in Game 6. Portis spinning and hitting the layup. (94-91), 90 seconds left in the third quarter. Mago gets it with 2 hands. A strong finish. Inside, just blew by Bobby Portis on the drive. Handoff to Branham. Out to Portis in the corner for 3. Misfires. Garrett gets by Tyus Jones, pulls up for the long mid-range jumper, and Vancouver is going on a run. Final minute of the third. Branham. To Jones. On the drive, draws A Clayton Rodman foul. And almost missed that first free throw, but it falls for him. 2 for 2. Fort Sias Jones. 2 for 1 opportunity if we get a quick shot, but it doesn't look like Vancouver's prioritizing it. They do get a wide open Victor Jackson look, but no good from him. Mays for 3, stripes it home, and it's a 2-point ball game. Vancouver has a chance for one more shot. Isolation here for Mago to end the quarter. He goes downhill and slams it through Bobby Portis there. A high-scoring affair. This was pretty much the score at the end of the game in Game 5, but the offense is looking a lot better here in Game 6. And we're set for yet another close finish in Game 6. Spurs trying to avoid a Game 7 on the road. The Blizzard trying to make sure their season does not die here in San Antonio. Which side will come out victorious? Both sides really want this game at this point. Last game, Vancouver wanted it a lot more than San Antonio, but this time that's not the case. .540 remaining. That's a 6-point Vancouver lead. Portis for 3. Rebounded by McKnight. Ellis going up against Branham here. And this time, the Spurs do get Wemby onto the floor. A little bit earlier. We'll see how much that affects things going down the road. Portis has Ellis in the post, finds the open man. Nice pass by Wemby to find Branham all alone in the corner. McKnight in the corner. He'll try to attack Jaylen Brown. I can tell you right now how that's going to go. It's not. Still holding on to the ball. Finally passes it up to Mago. Spinning, attacking, and finishing inside. What a game we've had here in Game 6. Both teams have gone on runs, but whenever one team does, the other team responds. Who will execute more down the stretch? We've seen both teams be able to out-execute the other. Who's it going to be this time around? Pretty much all but one of these games have come down to the final few minutes. Mays has a good look at 3, but cannot hit it. Albert Ellis with the ball. They'll swing it on to Saramago. Pick and roll with Miller. Inside, and oh man! Looked like he was maybe trying to go for a dunk. I don't know exactly what happened there, but it will result in free throws. No good on his first. But he's able to split them and increase the lead to 6. Mays finds Sohan all alone. He stripes it in from deep. I guess he has that 3 points mark next to his name, so maybe he's a better shooter than I give him credit for. But still, most of the time when he takes those off the dribble threes, it doesn't work out for him. Catch and shoot, though, he has been fairly reliable for the Spurs in this series. Nice response there from Leonard Miller. Brown to Wemby. Mid-range. No good. The defense did enough to make it difficult. Hardy steps out of bounds. Turnover. Down to the final 3 minutes. Vancouver retains a 5-point lead. Mays to Wemby for 3. Missing again. Sohan fighting for the boards and gets it. What a fight there by Jeremy Sohan there. There were a lot of Blizzard in the area. But he comes out victorious and makes it a 1-score ball game. Miller inside. Mago slams it over the top of Jeremy Sohan. Thought Wemby might come over for the help defense there, but he just was not close enough. Brown for 3. He continues his rough nights. Albert Ellis skies up for the rebounds. In transition, Hardy, no good. Wemby step for step in transition. Wemby in the corner for 3, rattles it in. He's been so good down the stretch for the Spurs in all these close games. Mago for 3, and the response rattles in. Let's go. Wemby in the post. He misses, and the rebound goes to Saramago. Big stop here. Ellis for 3. This one could be a dagger, and he hits it. The lead is 8. Jackson Mays inside to Wemby. He's able to hit the easy layup. Hardy went for the steal, and that's just, when it doesn't work, you give the opposing team just such an easy shot, and no good by Mago. Slides through the defense, and Miller blocks the 3-pointer by Jaylen Brown. Inside, Mago in transition, and that might be the official dagger here. 44 on the board for Ayrton Saramago, his best game of the conference finals so far. Jaylen Brown spinning. Wemby for 3, no good. .32 seconds remaining, and San Antonio has accepted defeat in this game, and Mago adds insult to injury. I think if I was a Spurs player, those would be fighting words right there. But luckily in 2K, that doesn't really exist. So 127 to 117, Vancouver comes away with their second consecutive win with their backs up against the wall, and they will force a Game 7 at home. You can't help but think that this Jaylen Brown injury, though minor, has played a pretty big impact. Since that injury, Vancouver has been winning ball games. And these two teams are so good, evenly matched. It felt like it was only right that this series comes down to 7 games. Spurs had 5 in double figures. Jaylen Brown ended up with 16, but in 40 minutes and 5 of 15 from the field. 46, 15, and 13. Saramago, I don't know if he's ever had a triple-double in a spotlight game. I know he's had them, but I think that's the first one in a spotlight game, and it's in the biggest game so far of his career. So super clutch. We get 6 players in double figures in this game. And I cannot wait for Game 7. Couple items of note prior to Game 7. Number 1 is that Jaylen Brown has recovered from his bruised right hip that was bothering him. And I don't know if I ever said it was a bruised right hip, but in case I had, there you have it. So he's back to full strength ahead of Game 7, which is good. I like to beat them at full strength rather than having an injury potentially playing a factor. The other item of note is that despite a valiant effort, the Pacers could not complete the 3-1 comeback. The Nets are the Eastern Conference representative in the finals. I think that's a great development for whoever comes out victorious in this game. No disrespect to the Nets, although I kind of am disrespecting them. But they have no players even over 90 overall. And so they have some good depth for sure. They have, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They have a 10-man rotation that you like, but I don't know if there's anybody here that can hang with the superstars that either the Spurs or the Blizzard have on their roster. That means that this game right here, Game 7, is likely not only for the conference championship, but perhaps for the NBA championship. This really feels like the winner of this game will go on to beat the Nets. And so much is at stake. The 2 best players in basketball going head to head. Wemby's had the advantage in some games, Saramago in others. The momentum is on the side of the 1 seed, who also will have the home court advantage in this game. But the last game was obviously won on the road, and both teams have picked up road games, so home court advantage, while nice, I don't think has played, a massive part in this series so far. The tip somehow goes to Andre Hardy. So Vancouver will start first here. Win or go home action. There's nothing better than a Game 7 in a high leverage spot in the NBA playoffs. Mago downhill on Wemby will get to the free throw line to kick this game off. We'll probably end up watching a little bit more than half of this game. We've been watching roughly half down the stretch, but this is Game 7. So much at stake. Not going to watch the entire game, but we are going to watch probably a heavy portion of it. Jaylen Brown to Malachi Branham. Spurs hoping for a good performance from Brown now that he's healthy. He gets all the way to the rim, and there you can see it. That hip no longer bothering him. Making a statement early that he'll be fine. Saramago gets a screen from Leonard Miller. He gets it stolen away by Mays. Running it up the court is Sohan, and he had Wemby, just didn't get him the ball. McKnight with a foul there. Probably to aid in the prevention of that easy Wemby transition basket. Brown with it. Defended by Miller. Trying to post him up, but not really doing anything. Just sitting there. Sohan. Shot clock winding down. He's just going to have to force one up over Mago, and Ayrton bails him out with a foul. And no good on the second one, but San Antonio turns it into 2 more free throws. 2 quick fouls on Saramago, and I know it's way too early to remind you of something like this, but the last time Saramago was in a Game 7, he fouled out very early in this game, and that resulted in the NBA extending the foul out limit to 7 to avoid stuff like that. But 2 in the first 75 seconds of the game, Still not a great start for Mago here. Leonard Miller for 3 to tie this game back up. Sohan. Pick and roll. Inside to Wemby. He puts it up and over the top of Andre Hardy. Ellis to McKnight. He floats it up, but miss. Not much there to pressure him defensively. That's just a straight up miss. And then the Spurs get the easy basket in transition. Mago to McKnight. Now to Miller. Catch and shoot 3. Bunch of M names in the starting lineup now. Didn't really realize that till now. Sohan finds a wide open Jackson Mays beyond the arc. It's not his strongest point of his game. McKnight to Hardy. Tries to shoot over Wemby, and that's just not going to work. Don't know why our centers keep trying it. None of them are nearly good enough to score over Wemby with any sort of consistency. Fade away for Wembanyama, trying to use the glass. Didn't have the right angle on that one. Jaylen Brown with a take foul here in transition. And San Antonio will call timeout. Or no, it was Vancouver. Pardon me. Saramago. Defended by Sohan. Gets a screen from Albert Ellis. Uses it to get to the rim and draw the foul. First of the day for Sohan. Two for 2 from the stripe for the MVP. Ran him with it. He'll get a screen. He's going to take a deep 3-pointer. And it rims out. Mago trying to find Hardy on the inside, but is stopped up by Wembanyama. Mays to Sohan, wide open in the corner for 3. A good start to the game for the Spurs. They take an early 5-point lead. Ellis to McKnight. He attacks on the drive, spinning and finishing with the left. Nice job on that one by Cameron. Averaging 16 points, 5 rebounds a game here in the playoffs, and out of bounds. It's kind of a weird situation there for the Spurs, and they'll turn it over. Ellis. To McKnight now to Saramago, who gets a screen. He tries to get it out to McKnight, but that gave the defense enough time to come and get the contest. Garrett checks into the game and hits his first shot. Could that be a sign of things to come for Rudolph Garrett here in Game 7? Been waiting for him to have that good game. It's now or never, really. Sohan blocked by Mago. Pushing it in transition. McKnight on the baseline. He'll shoot it over. Mays, no good, but Saramago there on cleanup duty. Gives Vancouver a lead. Ran him with it. Setting up Sohan for 3. And rattles it in. Been disrespecting him. He's been hitting some threes with decent volume for the Spurs, I must admit, at this point here in the series. Ellis inside. Sohan comes and plays some nice defense on the help. Jaylen Brown. Antonio passing it around. Sohan now with it. He's defended by Ellis. Big size advantage there, but just an ugly shot there, looking to draw the whistle, but he did not get it. Garrett inside to Mago. That's a nice play. Brannick to Sohan. Passing it around the horn. Right back to Sohan here. Shot clock winding down. Spurs will do a pick and roll. Brannick. Tough jumper in the mid-range is off the mark. And the Blizzard are running. Wide open is Albert Ellis for three. Good. Mays gets by Ellis, gets right to the rim, and puts in a tough lefty finish. Garrett in the corner. Finds Mago. Now Ellis has it. He'll try to drive in on Mays. Mays holding up strong defensively. Ellis pulls up and hits. I mean, great defense by Mays, but it just doesn't matter. Random with it. He'll fire up a questionable shot. Garrett. Top to Saramago. He's going to try to take it to Wemby here, and he does get to the line. There's one guy I trust taking it to Wemby, it's Saramago. I don't know if he has the advantage that he does with pretty much everybody else, but at least he's not at a severe disadvantage like anybody else on our team would be. Jones. So Brown now to Sohan, who gets a screen. Attacking downhill on Mago, and that's the third foul of the first 8 minutes for Ayrton Saramago. In old rules, he'd already be halfway there. But this is basically equivalent to him picking up his second foul at this point, which still isn't great, but it's not. Doesn't sound as bad. Especially because of our custom lineups, he's going to stay in the game. He's at risk of getting his 4th foul in the first quarter. In fact, if I was San Antonio, that would be my mission here. Wemby taking a crazy 3. Vancouver feeding Mago in the post. He'll pump fake and fire up a miss. Jaylen Brown to Jeremy Sohan. He thought about pulling up for 3. Instead, he'll pass it to Tyus Jones. Now San Antonio needs to come up with something. Wemby with the shot, no good. At this point, I think we'll head into a bit of simulation here. As after 1, it will be Vancouver with a 2-point lead. We'll sim here the first few minutes of the second quarter as well. Back and forth here to start, and now we hop in. With 6:20 left, and Vancouver nursing a 1-point lead. Mago to Ellis. Christie into the game as well, alongside Leonard Miller and Victor Jackson. Christie. Tons of space from 3. Make that Andre Hardy rather than Victor Jackson. Wemby in the corner, matched up against Albert Ellis. And he hits the shots. And I guess we know what Saramago's go-to shot is. I think we found that out earlier, but there we see it from Wemby. On the downhill drive. Too strong by Ayrton Saramago. And one sequence complete by our reigning MVP. Portis in the post. Guarded by Mago. He's just sitting there not doing anything. Passes it out to Jackson Mays, but Albert Ellis was there with a nice contest. Christie with it. Feeds Albert Ellis on a pick and roll. He stops and pops in the short mid-range. Had space, but just couldn't get the shot to fall. Jaylen Brown in the corner. He finds Bobby Portis for three. That's good. San Antonio now in the lead. A back and forth game, just like it's been most games here in the Western Conference Finals. Christie gets another try from three, and too strong on that one. Portis. Top of the key. Wemby now. Guarded by Max Christie. He turns around and hits. That is not an easy shot. Down to 4 minutes remaining here in the half. Albert Ellis on the cut. Fed by Christie, but it was just a little late on the pass. That allowed the defense to come back and play a factor in on that finish. Brown for three. No good. Hardy in the post. Wemby falls for the pump fake, but Hardy didn't get it back up quick enough. Mays fouled by Ellis on the drive. Now the chance to extend the San Antonio lead to 2 possessions, which he does here with the first free throw. Second one up and in as well. Ignite with the ball. He kicks it to Albert Ellis. Mago for three. Good. Big time shot from Mago. Mays to Portis off the inbound. Setting up for a Jaylen Brown three. He's got space, but no good. He's healthier, but still the jumper's not looking good for Jaylen Brown here in Game 7 and in transition. Wemby with the foul. That is his third. Go to the line as the Blizzard are in the penalty for the remainder of this half. Those free throws tie this back up at 53 apiece now. Sohan trying to find some angle on Mago, but he's not giving it to him. Finally takes a screen, and Wemby finishes over the top of Andre Hardy. Mago trying to set up Ellis. On the perimeter, he decides not to shoot it, so he'll take a screen instead. Pull-up jumper rattles in. And we are back tied. 12 points on 50% from the field in the first half for Ellis. Good start to this game, and Sohan with the turnover. Final 2 minutes. Can either team build a little bit of a lead here prior to the half? McKnight draws. Free throws. That would have been sick. Not even able to dunk that like he was trying to. Two for two. For green lights. Practically automatic from the stripe. Alongside EZA. Free throws pretty even for both teams here in the first half. Mays hasn't really had much going from him for three this game, but he does hit that one. Ayrton Saramago beats Ellis. He has tons of space from three, trying to answer back for the Mays triple, but maybe just a touch too deep there. Brown. He almost got a steal there. Sohan bouncing it off the legs of Mago. Mago now. Against Jaylen Brown. This should be a mismatch. I'd love to see him attack downhill. It looks like we're going to wait for a 2-for-1. And Jaylen Brown, strong defense. There. Forced the miss. Branham setting up for a three. That is pure. San Antonio now leads by 4. Also set themselves up for a 2-for-1 opportunity. Mago isolating against Sohan. 5 seconds on the shot clock. 2 down to 1. Mago just hoists up a 3 and it's off the mark. Sohan a 3 the other way and he misses it as well. So 4 points is the difference heading into the halftime break. 61-57. I think both teams are playing really well right now. And I honestly don't have a lean as to who will win this game. I think whoever probably has the better half between Mago and Wemby is who I think will come out victorious. I think the support players are playing well, but I don't think anybody's having like this insane game where it'll come down to them more than Wemby versus Mago here. Jaylen Brown is their halftime player of the game according to 2K, which is interesting. Mago with 22 points in the first half, picking up where he left off in game 6. 22, 9, and 2. Ellis in double figures as well, 5 of 11. Really solid. While the Spurs had 3 players in double figures, 12, 11, and 10. Spurs need to get Wemby more involved in the second half, I'd say. Of course, if I'm then, I'm perfectly fine with them not involving Wemby because that's probably going to result in Vancouver taking a trip to the finals. Let's get here into the third quarter. Sohan awaits a Wemby screen. He'll fire the 3 up behind it, missing, and the rebound goes to Hardy. Ellis to Mago. Back to Ellis. Off the screen, but it's blocked away. Vancouver on a little bit of a scoring drought dating back to the second quarter. Branham to Mays. Now to Wemby. Stolen by Mago. Ahead to McKnight for 3. There you have it. Excellent sequence for the Vancouver Blizzard to make it a 1-point ball game. And they get the second half scoring started. Wemby trying to answer. He misses. Now in transition again. Almost a turnover, but Mago able to reach up and grab that pass and get to the free throw line. Just like that, Vancouver now in the lead, scoring the first 5 points of the quarter. Sohan to Branham. Good look at three. Hits it. Ellis will get a screen. Finding McKnight, who gets a screen himself. Hits the roll man, and Saramago just unable to hit the layup inside. Sohan pulls up for three and misfires. When he's open, he's money, but if you can even put a little bit of a contest up there, it's usually going to force the miss here, as Albert Ellis is from deep himself. Wemby to Brown. He pulls up from deep and hits it in the face of Leonard Miller. Brown hasn't been scoring a ton, but you can definitely tell a bit of a difference now that he is fully healed. Ellis takes the Leonard Miller screen and gets rejected. Grabs his own rebound, though, gets a chance at three. That ends up just being another miss on the board for him. Brown. Sohan. Back to Jaylen Brown for three. Unable to hit two in a row. Leonard Miller in transition, also with a miss. Wemby grabs it and starts running up the court. Pulls up for three. Bailed us out a little bit there. I think if he kept his momentum going, he would have had a dunk. Ellis. Off the Miller screen. Pulls up, but good defense by Jackson Mays. Wemby pulls up for three again. This time, able to square it up a little bit better. And extend this San Antonio lead here. This is where we'll probably jump into the simcast for the last time here in the conference finals. We'll sim out the rest of the third quarter so that we can watch the entirety of the fourth. It looks like we'll have a pretty close game on our hands. San Antonio did go on a little bit of a late run. We're going to have a 9-point deficit to erase here at home in the final quarter. Why is Jimmy Butler on the floor? Who's injured? I mean, Victor Jackson's injured, but he was already injured. So they're just blatantly ignoring my rotation for no reason at all. Sick. And he's on the court for Saramago. Wait, did Saramago foul out? There's no way Saramago fouled out, right? Is that why? Saramago is fouled out for the fourth quarter. No. It happened again. Oh my goodness. We don't have our best player for the fourth quarter. We're down by 9. It's going to have to be Albert Ellis and Cameron McKnight and maybe Jimmy Buckets, who scores the first points of the fourth quarter for us. Jaylen Brown for three. He misfires. Thank goodness for all his misses in this series, or else I don't even think we would have gotten to a game 7. Albert Ellis attacking downhill and drawing free throws. Clayton Rodman. So we have a really short backcourt on the court right now, with Clayton Rodman guarding Jaylen Brown. That's trouble. Brown just passes it out. I mean, if Jaylen Brown wants to go to the rim on Clayton Rodman, I'm not sure there's much Rodman can do to stop him. Instead, it's Mays getting to the rim on Albert Ellis. I cannot believe it happened again. So what, are we making it 8 fouls to foul out now so that Mago can play in the fourth quarter of a game 7? What's up with him and getting fouls in game 7s, man? Just calm down a little bit. He gets a little too excited, I guess, for game 7. Miller for 3. Drills it. Big time shot. Bobby Portis pulls up baseline and rattles it in. How much time before they bring back Wemby? Because this is the non-Wemby minutes are the minutes we have the best chance in, especially if we're getting great looks like that for Easy A. Down to 3. Max Christie set to check in for hopefully Clayton Rodman. Jackson to the basket, missing. Don't know why he didn't just go for the dunk there. I think he would have had it. Albert Ellis driving in on Vucevic and getting the shot to go. I said he'd have to have a big time quarter, and he has started off really well. When does San Antonio decide to put Wemby back in? Not yet. A little too early. Jaylen Brown. Defended by Christie. Pick and roll for Mays. Bobby Portis left to some space, but not enough to make it a wide open shot. Just 2 of 7 for Bobby today. Christie takes a screen. Pulls up for 3. No good from Christie. He hasn't been very good in these conference finals either. Jaylen Brown. Setting up a drive on Christie. Euro steps and gets it to go. I don't even know where he found the angle to hit that layup. But I guess he had just enough space. Sohan checks in for San Antonio. Ellis takes the Leonard Miller screen. Miller for 3. Too strong. In transition, Sohan driving it in and kicking it to Jackson Mays. And no good. On the Brown pull-up. Hardy in the corner, has space, and trims it back to a 1-point game. Good find there. Brown has Jackson on him, and there's an illegal screen on Bobby Portis. Substitutions made. Cameron McKnight back in this game, as is Victor Wembanyama. So Wemby comes back in. San Antonio has a 1-point lead. That makes this game a bit tougher, and what a pass by Jackson Mays. He brought Rudolph Garrett back onto the court, which with Saramago being out, I think that's the best move. Although Albert Ellis is off the court. Why don't we have Ellis on the court? McKnight misses on a dunk. Baldwin for 3. Too strong, but Wemby on the glass. There's no way Albert Ellis fouled out too, right? No, he has 2. Why isn't he on the floor? Christie. Driving inside, gets this stolen away by Baldwin. Mays on the wing. Sohan. Driving inside, pulling up in the face of Leonard Miller and missing. Garrett. Hands off to McKnight. Pick and roll coming for Max Christie. He pulls up for 3 and continues his struggles. Wemby for 3. Hits it! And it's back to 8. We had it at 1. And then Wemby checked in and things haven't gone well. And for some reason, Albert Ellis checked out. Why does 2K suck with rotations as soon as one guy fouls out? Like, Ellis was on fire. He's the best player on the team at this point. Why are you taking him out? How does that make sense? Random. Plenty of space to fire up a 3. He hits it. Canceling out the Garrett 3. And why is Victor Jackson set to check back in, but not Albert Ellis? Oh my goodness. Things could not be going more wrong right now for Vancouver. Christie. No good from 3. In transition, the feed to Mays. Good defense, but nobody else got on the boards. And finally, Albert Ellis is set to check in. In fact, I'm doing it. I did it for the benefit of San Antonio once. And so I'm doing it for the benefit of Vancouver. We need Albert Ellis in the game right now. He shouldn't have ever been out, especially for this long. Because 10 points in 4.5 minutes is very tough to do. We best dang have our best player available, at least, on the court to try and do it. Ellis. No good on his first attempt back in the game. Not a lot of room for misses at this point. Wemby. Going against Hardy here. Hardy doing a nice job defensively, but it just does not matter, man. San Antonio extends their lead to 13. Hope becoming increasingly thin. Garrett. We gotta come up with something. We can't be taking the entire shot clock on these possessions. McKnight in the corner, no good. We just took the entire 24 to come up with that shot. I'm gonna call that one mostly on Rudolph Guerra, who was extremely relaxed, just chilling with the ball for half that possession. I don't know how that wasn't out of bounds. Vancouver's offense has gone cold. Garrett with a basket there. At least he's finally starting to show some scoring chops here in Game 7. Round for 3. Oh, boy. It's going to require pretty much perfection here in the final 3 for us to come back, and hopefully at this point I don't even think a win, but if we can force overtime. Garrett nails the first free throw. Second one as well. 112 to 100. Brown in the post, defended by McKnight. So the best defender we've got needs to get a stop here. Sohan left all alone. What are we doing? Play defense, man. Like, why is he that wide open? Garrett in the corner misses. This game is over, man. I don't even want to. This is. This is something else, man. How does Ayrton Saramago foul out before the fourth quarter even begins? When you have 7 fouls, man. Vancouver's season comes to an end. I thought this series was over after 4 games. And then finally, once I regained my hope back after game 6, this happens. And the season is over. The Spurs are headed to the NBA Finals, where again, I think they'll be the heavy favorites. Wembanyama is your player of the game. As soon as he checked back into the fourth quarter, things started going San Antonio's way. It's tough when one player has their 98 overall megastar out on the floor and the other team doesn't. And now we gotta watch. As a San Antonio Spurs, I hope this music doesn't demonetize me, because that will be upsetting. Even more upsetting. Nah, not more upsetting. Almost as upsetting as losing this game. I mean, we almost got a triple-double from Albert Ellis, and yet Lamont Powers, as soon as he's left to his own devices to create a lineup that I didn't create, has him out. For some stupid, stupid reason. Max Christie, I mean, did he have a single good game here in the conference finals? Did I just see? Oh, no, that's shot tendency. For some reason, I thought that was his career high. 0 for 3, 0 for 0. 3 for 6 isn't bad. Yeah, he wasn't terrible in game 5. Tough way to end off the season that I thought we had a genuine chance to be NBA champions. Last year, in my 2K24 franchise, draft-only franchise, we won the championship in year 5. This was year 5, so it would officially take us longer to win a championship here with the Vancouver Blizzard than it did with my Nashville Sound. So, that is the end of the season. Vancouver Blizzard have been eliminated. Yeah, I knew that. Wemby is your Western Conference player of the Western Conference MVP, Jalen Green. Eastern Conference MVP. And the Spurs, as I predicted, would get an easy win in the finals. This is Wemby's second ring. He won it all the way back in the first year of the franchise. Somehow. And now he wins it again. If we go over the playoff statistics for this squad. Saramago, 34, 12, and 5 a game with just under 3 stocks. He shot 47% from the field, 35% from deep. Wasn't obviously as good of a three-point shooter as he was in the regular season, but he did his thing. 34, 12, and 5. That's really good. 21, 5, and 7 from Albert Ellis. 42% from the field is not great, but it's not terrible. 44% from 3 on 7 attempts is really, really good. 15.5 points from Cameron McKnight. 46.5% from field. 44% from deep. Some games we would get him going more. Other games, it's just inconsistent how much we get him going. Rudolph Garrett wasn't good enough. Actually, I want to see just the conference finals right now. I mean, that was pretty much similar. I mean, Max Christie shot 28% from the field in the conference finals. He's up. His contract is up. that was not a good last impression to have ahead of hitting free agency. Victor Jackson and Rodman ended up, getting better as the series went along, but just didn't quite have enough to beat the Spurs this season. Now I guess we have another playoff rival. At the very beginning of the series, I was hoping that the Spurs would be a team that we'd be able to get a lot of good playoff series against in the future. Didn't actually face them until now, somehow. But they are definitely going to be a tough team in our side going forward. Now here at the end of the episode, I just want to talk about a couple of things. I know this is a very long episode, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. The first thing I want to talk about is actually the length of this episode and kind of this playoff format. I would like to hear your thoughts on it. Ultimately, it saves me an absolute ton of time, but I don't think it's quite the best way to do it because this is going to end up being like a 4-hour episode probably, which at that point, it's no less time than a stream. And I think asking people to watch 4 hours to see a playoff series, at least, in one sitting, in one episode at least, just isn't what I want to do. So it's better on me, but I think it's worse for the viewer, which is not my goal at all. Despite the fact that I am trying to cut down on my editing time for the playoffs, that doesn't mean I want to present a worse product for the viewer. So I don't think this is what I want to do going forward. I'm going to have to keep on workshopping it. And of course, I'm open to any suggestions as to how to make this better for both the viewer and for me so that we can find a mutually beneficial way to present the playoffs. And ultimately, I think the answer might just be that I can't do an entire playoff series in one episode anymore. I think there's just not going to be a way to present an entire playoff series that actually makes the playoffs important while simultaneously making it not a 4-hour episode and also not making it a 20-hour edit time for me. Because if I did it the old way, this episode would have taken me 20 hours to make. The second thing and the last thing I wanted to talk about is, of course, the upcoming offseason. I've been able to accumulate some more draft clips for additional prospects. Not going to be much going on for the Vancouver Blizzard in this upcoming offseason, to be fair. But, of course, this is when it's time for the Seattle Supersonics to shine once more. They've got some picks upcoming. And so we'll be live streaming the lottery as well as the draft preview. That'll be coming up next year for the series. So stay tuned for that. And especially stay tuned for anyone who likes to get involved in terms of managing the Seattle Sonics. Can't say for sure when that will be coming out, but it will be soon. And we'll be back soon with more Vancouver Blizzard draft-only franchise mode. And until then, bring the Blizzard.